Let me know when you want me to do X, Y, Z. Bob? Robbie? Robbie. Yep. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good evening and welcome to the Modus Live Lounge for the Modus Super Series. And what a night we have ahead of us here on the South Coast. We have two world champions in action and we have a hometown hero in front of what is going to be a bumper crowd.
Tien is the winner. Celebration to the crowd.
And taken superbly by Mitchell to break it to lead 2-1.
Time to get happy. That's his first leg on the board tonight.
Shot on fifth leg, Adam Lipscomb.
4-1, 4-1. The arms hoisted aloft. Okay, okay. Double-double to secure her first Super Series win. A very good evening and welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Porto for one of the most eagerly anticipated qualifying nights in the history of the Modus Super Series. Last night, the two-time world champion Beau Greaves broke the record for highest ever average in a recorded match by a female player, and she is one of the favourites to lift what is going to be a hotly contested title. We have another former world champion in Scott Mitchell in the mix, as well as Adam Lipscomb, the hometown hero. Well, a big night needs a big team, and we have got Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar to talk all about it. And gents, what a week we have seen, and what a week full of moments, full of drama, full of history, Matt.
Oh, absolutely. This has been one of the best weeks I've had in commentary. I've really enjoyed it. So many stories, and all those stories are coming to a head now, and we're going to get a different story up here tonight, and we've got to get ultimately one winner.
We've said so long how much we've been looking forward to the debut of Beau Greaves here at the Live Lounge, and boy, has it not disappointed.
Do you remember just over a year ago when everybody was really excited about a certain Luke Littler, and when he came here, he didn't disappoint? When Beau had that somewhat nervous-looking first game on Thursday, you thought, is this going to be the kind of place where she'll thrive? By the end of her 8th game, we all said, I think she likes it in Portsmouth. As far as tonight's concerned, a lot of people have got her as favourite, but I'm really excited just to have her here doing what she does best. She has lit this place up the last couple of days, and there's still one more day to go this week.
And we're going to be talking so much about Beau Greaves over the next few minutes or so. But first of all, let's talk about how the players got here. This is the final group breakdowns as far as this evening is concerned. Scott Mitchell won Group A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, winning 14 out of 15 matches. Beau Greaves went one better, winning every single game in the group. Marvin van Velzen also lost just the one game in qualifying through Group C. Well, there's only one person who's really harbouring the headlines this week, and that is Beau Greaves. Now, we both commentated on Thursday and Friday night. What were your realistic expectations of her when she walked through the building?
Do you know what? I'm not surprised, but I am surprised. It's one of those, like, I can't figure out what I expected of Beau. She's gone on to this and she's won all of the games, and a lot of people expected that, and I knew it was in there and I knew she was capable of it, but did I expect to see it? Probably not. I certainly expected to see her on Saturday night, but maybe not in the style of which she's done this. Her 180 count has been absolutely incredible this week. She had 18 maximums across just 8 fixtures. That is probably one of the best ratios we have seen here at the Super Series. She also ended her campaign with that victory over Kevin Painter in absolute style as well. She could have been sort of one of these people that at that point just took the foot off the gas. I've done what I need to do. I've qualified. I've won the group. It all becomes a bit easy, but no, not for Beau. She stepped it up. She got even better. And I think in here tonight, this has a very sort of Champions Week sort of vibe. It's a sellout crowd. It's full in here. I think she's going to thrive. We may see even more.
Well, we've been speaking about that game against Kevin Painter, but throughout the course of the week, she's been absolutely superb. These are some of the best stats from this week as far as Beau Greaves is concerned. She played 8, she won 8. But the female world record for highest average in a game, a running average of 94.91. The record for a week, incidentally, is 96.1. 18 180s, as Matt said, 2.25 per match, and a double success rate of 47. It doesn't really matter who you are, Paul, within this sport. If you're playing to those types of numbers, you're a threat to win any competition.
Well, let us just try and compare Beau to someone who's had great success here in Portsmouth, and that's Andy Bolton, someone who's been in multiple finals on a Saturday night. And we always talk about how reliable Andy is, around about that 90 average for the week. He'd maybe kick it up a gear on a Saturday night, maybe not a big 180 hitter, but reliable. We're talking about a different level of reliable now with Beau, and this place has done funny things to people. When they get in that practice room, they get on this stage, with the amount of space and comfort under these lights that they have, they can find their best darts. Beau this week, even if she doesn't win tonight, she has found a new level. That is a very big worry for the rest of the female players in the world.
And what will this do for the female game, do you think, Paul? That record average last night?
Well, it just goes to show what the benchmark is now. The likes of Fallon and Trina and now Beau and the likes of Makuru and others over the course of the last few years have been setting this benchmark. But when you look at Fallon and you look at Beau, they're setting new heights. They're the only players that have ever gone over 110. And if it's going to happen more regularly, we're talking about these players being a threat in this building a lot more.
And you have to feel a little bit sorry for Scott Mitchell, because in any other week, he'd be the person who would be waxing lyrical about, to quote Glenn Dowen. He won 14 out of 15 in Group A, only lost to the player in second place in Sebastian Białecki on Wednesday by 4 legs to 1. And throughout the course of the week, he was just the moniker of consistency, wasn't he, Matt?
Rock solid with Scott Mitchell all the way through, always around that sort of 90 average mark, which is exactly where we expect Scott Mitchell to be. That's where he was when he was on the PDC Pro Tour, sort of around the 91. So he's playing to sort of his best on a consistent basis. One of the things about Scott Mitchell as well is a very, very hard player to play. I've played Scott Mitchell, I can vouch for this. He's very slow, and it's the approach to the hockey, it's the leaving the hockey. He does everything in his own time, he does everything in his own pace. It's how he plays the game, and he also plays it very well. So he's one of the people won't want to play. And with that, maybe just gives him that little bit of X factor, because someone's going to need an X factor tonight. Someone's going to need something explosive. They're going to need a moment, and maybe that could be a little bit of a secret weapon for Scott Mitchell.
And how important could his experience be? He's won big tournaments. He's won the Lakeside title, so he knows what it's like to win big tournaments on a big stage. Him and Beau have got that advantage. Maybe the rest of the field don't quite have that.
Yeah, it's a fair point to make. I mean, you look at someone like Marvin Van Velten from this week. He's shown really good progression from his first visit here. But when it comes to Mitchell's experience, we can talk about what he's done outside this building, but we can also talk about what he hasn't done here. If Beau Greaves had not done what she's done the last couple of days, one of the biggest narratives of tonight would have been, and Matt knows a thing or two about this, is that he's going to try and become the second commentator from this place to be a weekly winner. I don't think anybody's been talking about it. It just goes to show what Beau has done to overshadow what Mitchell has got in his locker, which is consistency. And his flair game this week is about a 98. Is that going to be good enough if he comes up against someone else's A game? He might just need to find a little bit more.
The Chris Mason curse could be broken tonight. Well, one of the other narratives, and again on any other week would have been the big narrative, is Adam Lipscomb, the hometown hero, his second finals night here in Portsmouth. Now, we were both here a few weeks ago when he qualified for the first time. This place was bouncing, it was electric, and it's exactly the same tonight, and he's brought a fair few down.
You know, there are really big names in this sport who have played in this place, who have not been able to bring people like Adam Lipscomb has. He is a crowd favourite. Obviously, it's got something to do with proximity, but you've still got to be good, and you've got to be able to get these people chanting. That will happen tonight. So let's just see if he can have the progression that he wants. This is his second Saturday night. The first time when he brought all these people, it didn't go to plan. As for tonight, it's going to have to start moving in the right direction. He doesn't necessarily have to win to progress, but I think if he was to get out of his group, that would be a really good Saturday for Adam.
You mentioned the people that have turned up. They've turned up because they believe in Adam Lipscomb. They wouldn't come just to cheer him on if they didn't believe he could do this. They want to be here for that moment where Adam Lipscomb actually picks up a title here, and that's why he's packed the place out. They believe.
Just a quick word on Sebastian Białecki, Matt. He's made it through to finals night tonight, but maybe not the Sebastian that we've seen here in the Super Series in the past. Not the player that dethroned Luke Littler in the end.
For Sebastian Białecki, he's got to look forward, not backwards. If he looks backwards, he'll be disappointed. If he looks backwards, he's going to be edgy. And he's probably not going to fancy his chances, because I'm going to be blunt with it. He's not been good enough to win this week so far. But he can't lose the week on the Monday to Friday. That's qualifying for this. This is where he needs to be good. This is where he needs to start playing. So he's got to look forward. Ignore what's done. He's qualified. Yes, he qualified losing more matches than he won. That was the group he was in. That was the look that he got there. You're here. He's got a chance. It's about tonight.
Well, we always make sure we have the experts here to cast a real engaging eye over the action and maybe give you a little bit of a tip at home. And on Thursday afternoon, Matthew Edgar in Group C did exactly that, tipping Marvin van Velzen at 6-1 to go on and win Group C. What was it about the Group A campaign that made you think he could win Group C? And what about that Group C campaign that impressed you so much?
There's a player in there. I can see it. He just gets a little bit nervous when the real big moment comes. That is a transition. I've had a really good chat with him. When he was a youth player, he's sort of steamrolling everyone. He was the big name. Now you go into this adults game, people don't care. And the higher up you get, the less people care for reputation. You get up to the PDC Pro Tour, you go over there as a world champion, people don't care. You're a seed, you don't care. And he sort of had to deal with that. And with that, had a few little issues with his throw. He's starting to get used to the adults game now, and he's going to start making waves. This isn't Marvin van Velzen full stop. This is Marvin van Velzen starting. I think he's going to play a big part tonight, and I wouldn't be surprised. I know it's all about Beau and Scott Mitchell in the headlines, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's here lifting that trophy up in the air later on.
Do you remember a few weeks ago we had a certain Jimmy Van Schie here? Mm-hmm. Marvin is from the same country. Jimmy thrived under this kind of atmosphere, and as far as tonight's concerned, I think Matt could be onto something here, because this atmosphere could see the worst from people. They might get too nervous, they might think that there's too much expectation, but someone like Marvin might just be the kind of player that thrives under these lights with these kind of people behind him.
And just quickly, Paul, what about Thomas Lovely, a player who really is improving everywhere we see him play?
He is improving. It's great to see. He comes from a fabulous starting family. I've known his dad for years. He'll be super proud of Thomas. And I think he can come in tonight with a free hit. Of all of the people coming in tonight, I think he's the one who gets the free hit, because there is pressure for other people. Sebastian Białecki's the only weekly winner in this in the six. And we're talking about his chances of probably not winning unless he brings one of the top games that he's brought earlier in the week. But I think Thomas has got a really good free hit here.
He really, really does. Right, let's have a look then at the breakdown for this evening and the tournament bracket as far as tonight is concerned, because the 6 players are separated into 2 groups of 3. And as you can see, Scott Mitchell, Adam Lipscomb and Thomas Lovely in a very local-looking Group 1. Now, Group 2, Beau Greaves, Marvin van Velzen and Sebastian Białecki have a combined age of 6'3". Only once in the Super Series have we had a mini-group with a younger combined age than that.
To make it even more interesting, we've had our oldest weekly winner at 59, Johnny Haynes, who's coming next week. Just to give a little bit of a guide there in terms of the age, but every time them screens come up and I look at it from a player's perspective and I go, which group, if I was in this tonight, would I rather be in? I don't know.
I think I'd rather be in Lipscomb's group, because I know the atmosphere is going to go up an extra 10-15%. That's why I think Lovely's got the free hit, because I think of his 2 opponents and the different types of pressure they're under. He can come up here and just do what he wants to do, and you never know. If he was to pull it off tonight, it would be a lovely night for him, wouldn't it?
It really, really would. Right, let's have a look then at the outrights and see what the bookies think about tonight's proceedings. Perhaps no surprise, Nico, on the basis of that last performance yesterday, Beau Greaves goes off the 5-4 favourites.
Both Matt and I think that's a little skinny. I think tonight you can't underestimate the experience and the know-how of Scott Mitchell. He knows every single crevice of this place, every single light, every single inch of this hockey, and he will desperately want to get that win tonight. I assure you of that. 5-4, yeah, I would have her as favourite, but 5-4 is just a little skinny.
I like Van Velzen again at 6-1. I think he's value. If you're looking for a value play, Van Velzen's the way to go. But a year ago, Luke Littler came on this stage at those sort of odds, and we scrutinised that. And if you could have those odds again right now, you'd probably fill your boots on it. Is this a situation that right now, in this moment of time, 5-4 on Beau Greaves does look a bit skinny, but in hindsight, when we look back at this in 6 months to a year, you might say, what value? You're never going to get that again in your life.
It's 18 plus, speedgambletheware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Well, what a night we've got for you here at the Live Lounge in Porto. And we kick-start with a world champion in action. Scott Mitchell, who lifted the Lakeside title back in 2015, is hoping to be successful on the Live Lounge stage this evening. He sought one of these for 3 darts in the hand on the stage. And he takes on the debutant Thomas Lovely in the first game of the evening session. Early on this evening, Phil Bars caught up with Beau Place.
Thomas, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. Left it to the last minute in Group C. What have the emotions been like since then?
I don't really know, really. It's a bit surreal to get through to this point, but I'm happy to be here and I look forward to the challenge. So.
You played some good stuff in Group C, maybe a little bit inconsistent at times. Is consistency the key this evening?
Yeah, definitely. My doubles need to sharpen up, I know that. I'm watching it back yesterday. I know I need to be a lot more clinical on the finishing, but that's the aim for today and see what happens. I look forward to it.
Coming into this week, people from around your way were tweeting in and everything saying he's playing really, really well. So coming in here, was there expectations on your shoulders from people at home perhaps?
Yeah, maybe so, but I believe in my own ability and I know how well I am playing like they are saying, so hopefully I'll show that tonight. I think I will do, so let's see what happens.
Different environment this evening. You've gone from a quiet arena to a sellout crowd here at the Live Lounge. Are you excited for that proposition?
Bring it on. I love it. Can't wait. Can't wait to show what I can do.
Are we going to see the showman in you this evening then?
We'll see. Maybe. We'll see what comes out.
And in terms of finals night, it's a different dynamic. Obviously, you know you've got 2 days in the group stages, but today it's cutthroat. Is the importance a quick start?
This is what I like. I like knockout darts, and this is knockout darts. This is more me now, so I know I have to play well. Game on, game on. So that's what we'll do. We'll try and win every game as it comes.
Obviously, Beau stole all the headlines last night. Did you watch what she did last night?
You can't not keep your eyes on it. She's fantastic. But I know I've got that game as well as she has, so I look forward to the prospect of hopefully playing her in the final. That'd be nice.
Thomas, wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers, Phil. Thank you.
Scotty, here we are, finals night of the Super Series. Back again, excited?
Yeah, very excited. You know, we had a Group A that I really fancied my chances in before we started the week, and that kind of went well for me. And it's just, we all know, having been here, we've all been in the room a lot of times, and I'm fortunate enough to watch a few finals nights, and it's just all about turning up on the night now. It's not about what's happened in the last 5 days. It's one night, couple of games to start with, and you've got to start quickly.
After that gruelling Group A campaign, was it nice to have 2 days off and recharge those batteries for tonight?
Yeah, most people have 2 days off, but because I live local, it was a case of popping home and getting a few jobs done that I didn't expect to get done. So, pop back again this afternoon, and hopefully it's revitalised me. I didn't pick a dart up purposely, and just have 2 proper days off and think of something else and start thinking about 1 o'clock today about what the task is in hand tonight.
It should be an incredible evening. It's a sellout here at the Live Lounge. How excited are you to put a show on for those fans tonight as well?
Well, this is what it's all about. I mean, if you're a good dart player and you think you're good, you want people to watch you, and tonight we've got that. People are coming in to watch us, and not sure it's about me. Maybe it's about some certain young lady who's 20 years old, but hey, look, darts is darts, and if we can fill this place up tonight, send them home happy. Hopefully they can keep coming back when others are here.
Well, you mentioned Beau. Did you watch what she did last night? And she's thrown down a real marker ahead of finals night.
Of course I didn't watch it at all, because I wouldn't want to put myself off. I'm a seasoned professional.
Scotty, wish you all the very best this evening.
Can't wait. What a night we're going to have.
Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Reese Robinson,
Conor Heenahan,
Bradley Roos, Neil Duff,
Andreas Dirty Harrison. It's Jimmy Van Ski.
Bradley Brooks! Kieran Tian!
That is the prize that is up for offer this evening. A place at Champions Week at the end of May. What a crowd we've got here at the Live Lounge Reporter. What a weekend we've got here at the Modus Super Series. And we kickstart with a former world champion in action. Scott Mitchell, who lifted the Lakeside title just under a decade ago now, age 53, taking on Thomas Lovely, who is an emerging talent doing well on the Challenge Tour and also playing as a top-up on the PDC Pro Tour circuit. It's game 1 of 9 that we're going to be watching this evening, and we're going to be watching it in the company of our commentary team. It's Pride Time Matthew Edgar, and first, a very good evening to the asset, Paul Nicholson.
Good evening, Henry, and very, very much a thank you coming from both Matt and myself to what very much looks like a Champions Night feeling finals night here in week 9. It's rather quiet at the minute, but I assure you, when certain talents grace the stage over the course of the next few hours, it'll be anything but quiet.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Matt, we've spoken off the air for the last couple of hours. This has got a big feel tonight. It's not just about Mitchell and Beau. There are other people who could legitimately get tonight's title.
A very, very big feel about the night. We've just been up on the stage
100.
ourselves, and we've both stood on Big Sarah, stood on the Alexandra Palace, which has been packed and screaming, and just being down there today, just had such a different feel and a buzz and an energy about it that it almost felt like the Lion's Den of darts.
Oh, that's got a nice ring to it. Well, Scott doesn't want to make a dog's dinner of Saturday night, that's for sure, because, let's face facts,
100.
one of the premier Group A campaigns that we've had here in the last couple of years. It was stunning. And at one point we thought, will he break that magical
99.
glass ceiling of 30 points from 30? He fell just short, but he found himself in a very exclusive club of people who have won 14 from 15. But after 2 days off, Matt, he's back.
100.
Is he the man to beat?
As long as he believes that, that's all that needs to matter. I did have a little look at his social media profiles throughout the last couple of days, and he's been on the
87.
tractor, cutting the grass down at the cricket clubs. Didn't pick the darts up, as we know, in his interview that he did before this match, and it's always interesting, isn't it, to see how people manage those couple of days. I guess he doesn't need to find anything when you've won 14 out of 15 games, and it was the
105.
style of which he did that, because actually Monday and Tuesday he played 10 matches and not one single player ever had a match dart against him.
108.
I wonder if anybody's going to get one tonight.
Scott, you require 96.
Superb approach from Thomas Lovely. 2 doubles needed, maybe. He doesn't need 2 doubles. Just needs 1.
Game shot on the first leg.
What a great
Scott
start from Mitchell. Put under pressure by Lovely. And comes up with a clinical 96 to take leg 1. Really good
Second
stuff.
leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
If I may just one more
Game
time
on.
talking about his last couple of days. Do you believe that he didn't throw a dart?
57.
Because I take everything a dart player says with a pinch of salt.
I was literally just about to say, I'm not going to say he didn't, but from experience, what is said in an interview
100.
isn't always the truth.
Correct. We've got people in the crowd tonight who have had very successful Saturday nights here in the past.
59.
There's a certain Cam Crabtree out there this evening. I've seen Mr. Sykes as well. The man who made the final of the previous series final. This really has attracted some big names at this level of the game.
100.
It'd be different as well, seeing it from a different perspective, because when you're a player, you tend to only see the bits you need to see, and you're only out there for a certain reason, and most of the time you're looking at the floor.
100.
You tend to find when you actually sit out there in the crowd, it almost feels like a different room. I certainly know that coming in here as a player or a commentator, it feels a completely different vibe when you come in with that different reasoning. I suppose coming here to sit in the audience, they're going to see things they probably didn't even
95.
realise existed, take note of things that they didn't even note.
That's one of the benefits of getting yourself down here.
134.
I firmly believe this is the biggest crowd we've had on a Saturday night that has not been a Champions Night. It's what we call the Lipscomb effect.
I think we've just got all the ingredients tonight, haven't we? We've got Beau Greaves, who everyone's going to want to come down here and see.
140.
We've obviously got Scott Mitchell not too far
Thomas
away, former
require
world champion. We've got
151.
so many ingredients here to really serve us up a quality night of darts.
And what's more, whoever does win
89.
tonight,
Scott, you require
it will be more
66.
special because of what they're doing it in front of. People like to show off at this level. Mitchell wants double 18.
30.
Good line,
Thomas,
just a
you
little
require
overpitched.
62.
And Thomas gets his chance. Double 16.
Game shot on a
He's up
second
for the
leg,
task.
Thomas Lovely.
A really good start there on the doubling for Thomas Lovely, who is from a darting family, of course.
Third leg,
Son of
it's Scott
Lincolnshire
to throw first.
legend Eddie Lovely, who has been around this sport longer than most sets of darts have.
60.
We stood on that stage about 20 minutes ago now when I was asked a question about Sebastian Bielecki. And I answered that question by saying we need to look forward rather than backwards, because what happened with Sebastian Bielecki was not good enough to win the week so far. Thomas Lovely yesterday in qualifying for this only won 1 match out of his 5 and looked extremely nervous. Couldn't get over the line. He couldn't find that match-winning dart, and he had so many opportunities.
45.
We're talking past 20 darts to get the job done before he eventually got over the line. And you look at tonight and you think, well, it's finals night, the stakes are higher, you've got the
57.
instant feedback of the crowd. Is it going to get worse, or is he going to come out swinging? And, well, he did say in his interview he prefers sort of the knockout feel that will come from tonight. And, well, he's putting that to right, isn't he?
Mitchell is not in his first Saturday night, but only one person has won on a Saturday night from the 6 players that you will see here tonight. None of them in Group 1, which is what this is from, have been to the end of the rainbow yet. Very, very even match so far. The fact that Mitchell was the Group A winner gave him the darts in the first match of the night. I just wonder if that's going to be
60.
key.
Well, that player you're talking about, the only player that has picked up a weekly title here, was actually the 5th favourite tonight, 5 out of 6. And not only that, but he was the
97.
man who stopped the
Scott, you
man
require
everyone was talking about
156.
last year, Luke Littler, when he was in here looking at the hat-trick.
And the only man to beat Scott Mitchell this week. Another. Would have left double 18. Lovely took his
100.
chance in leg 2.
Thomas, you require 70.
It's the same sort of finish. That treble to double combo. This time it's only 1 dart.
54.
And that's the separator. In leg
Scott,
2 he
you
had
require
2.
56.
Then he only had the 1. And he may just pay the price for that miss.
Game shot on
Mitchell
the
is the
third
top
leg.
dog
Scott
once again
Mitchell.
and takes the lead once again. Being watched by the Farmy army out there.
4th leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
At this level, Scott Mitchell is one of those people that will just punish when he gets the opportunity. We talked a lot about Beau Greaves and that
97.
functional doubling where you don't allow your opponent back to the board again. Well, that's another key strength of Scott Mitchell, something that has carried him to those titles and put him on the PDC Pro Tour.
60.
He may even be looking at more titles. I believe he's actually entered to go over to Denmark to take part in a
91.
WWF ranked event. It is a gold ranked event as well, so if he is able to pick up that title, we will see him making a return to the Lakeside stage.
Can you imagine if he was to win Lakeside 10 years after winning it the first time? That would be something.
I think he might tell us about it a few times.
108.
And why wouldn't he? No shortage of 180 so far in this game. We've got 3 of them. And this is good from Mitchell. For someone who's
55.
averaged 98 plus 3 times this week, this is one of his premier performances that's coming out of the locker at the start. It's approaching 98, this one. It's the kind of range that can beat almost anything.
60.
Maybe not 114, which we saw from Greaves yesterday.
Well, every single day across his Group A campaign, which was played on Monday, Tuesday and
98.
Wednesday. You talk about that 98 average, but he was able to hit one every day. He hit one in his last game on Monday. He opened up Tuesday with a 98, and then he hit one on match number 3. So he's always got at least one of these in him every single day.
Is he going to need more than one tonight? I wonder.
105. Thomas, you
think
require
he will.
160.
I think that might need to be sort of the explosive nature that he's going to need to find. Certainly, if he takes on a certain Beau Greaves.
63.
Lots of darts to be thrown before there,
Scott,
though.
you require 96.
Has already taken it in the match. He's going to stay there this time as well. A different result, though.
56.
These are the chances you need to take when your opponent has the darts and is already sitting on a double to break you. Oh, 73. So close. He could realistically be sitting at a 3-1 up advantage right now if it had not been for two very small misses at double.
He wasn't sure if that was in.
30.
We talk about the functional doubling. Don't allow your opponent back to the board. Scott Mitchell does allow his opponent back to the board. Maybe a chance Thomas Lovely wasn't expecting to get, but he gobbles it up, and he'll be very grateful for that opportunity because Scott Mitchell could have been thrown here for the match. And in this sort of format, little tiny groups that they are, you can't afford a heavy loss.
Someone want to tell me what's going on with these nicknames of Simply, by the way?
125.
You got Simply Steve West, now you got Simply Lovely.
I had a conversation with Henry Deacon about this during the week, and I thought Thomas Lovely nickname should have been Jubbly. Lovely Jubbly.
There you go, Thomas. That was an open goal, and you've missed it. Branding-wise, that would have been a cinch. However, he's gone with
100.
Simply. Unless he does a U-turn, of course.
We have seen it before, haven't we? People change nicknames. So Colin Osborne was the Wizard, then Ozzy, then the Wizard again. We've had Stuart Kellett here this week, picking his darts up again on this international platform, who was Cooster, then KO, and then back to Cooster again.
Yeah, it was good to see Stuart playing again. Really nice bloke.
I mean, some of them, you really encourage them to change. Remember when Gary Anderson was called 100. The Dream Boy?
Oh, and his nickname before that was Smiler. Gary, of course, lives not
82.
too dissimilarly to Mitchell when it comes to geography, both in the southern part of England, towards the southwest for Gary, of course. This is an important leg for Mitchell. He has not trailed in this entire contest.
60.
This is not a time to let it slip. The averages are very similar in this contest now as everything starts to even out.
44.
Comfort here for Mitchell. 6 darts from here.
116.
If you were to offer him 40 with his next visit, he would take it.
Got a feeling that's a sentence you're not going to say too often tonight. A little bit of comfort for one of the players.
60.
Got to put this under pressure. It's got to be big. Interesting.
135. Scott, you require 56.
Interesting. Trying to go for the old dead cat against Scotty Dog. Is he the top dog again? He is the top dog.
Scott Mitchell.
I do like that play, though, trying to hit the 180 with a crowd in here like it is. We know Jack Garwood's got that big vocal 180 call. The crowd would go with it. The placards would be hoisted into the air. And it just creates 100. That bit of a moment. And also at the same time reminds Scott Mitchell that actually all of a sudden he's simply there.
If you're tuning in tonight for the very first time, we welcome you to the Modus Super Series.
60.
Thanks for your company. 2 groups of players tonight. Mitchell, Lipscomb and Lovely, all in Group 1. They have 2 games each. Beau Greaves,
93.
Marvin van Velsen and Sebastian Białowicki all will take part in Group 2. 2 games each as well. The top 2 in each group will go through to the semi-finals. 2 points for a win in the group.
100.
Leg difference always comes into play. We will keep you abreast of all of the situations. But the tighter this game is,
108.
the more every player is still involved. If you can get a big win in your first game, it takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Does tonight have that sort of vibe for you where we may see the rarest of beasts, the 9-dart shootout?
140.
Well, we've already had one in this series. And that was rather exciting, wasn't it?
I do like seeing it, to be fair. It's like the darts version of the
60.
penalty shootout, isn't it? You see the players really sort of go through the emotion. It's horrific to play in, but so good to watch. I also like horror movies and roller coasters.
That was a good ton there from Mitchell. He loved that last dart.
140.
That is a very gettable out he's got. And now he's going to get a look at it to try and finish this contest off. If he hits it,
60.
it will be a very typical Scott Mitchell display.
Wouldn't it be the first time he's hit it this week either? It was his first ton plus checkout of the week.
Doesn't get a shot at tops. Thomas should.
26.
That did not go to plan.
Thomas, you require 80.
This is where you just got to keep it simple. Double 10. Very, very good. We go the distance in match number 1. And is it key that Mitchell's got the darts in this contest? Because if he doesn't win this leg, he doesn't have the darts in match 5 against Lipscomb, where he will have some of the crowd against him.
Well, every single leg so far has gone with the throw. If that trend does continue, Scott Mitchell will start off with 2 points.
41.
And we'll get the first job done.
Now, I just want to reference something. When Thomas has got that 80 checkout, I said, keep it simple.
58.
And by that, I mean stick to the textbook. Don't flick to chapter 8, which says all of Daniel Lee's attempted checkouts of the week. Don't go screwing around with certain ways of doing things. Stick to the textbook.
60.
Because tonight is about money, it's about the title, and doing things the right way.
So you wouldn't suggest the double 15 bull approach there?
No, I wouldn't.
60.
I am firmly on my high horse about that. Mitchell on 400 after 6 is not what he wanted. But is it fair to say that Lovely hasn't taken his chance just yet?
It's fair to say the anxiety levels may have just gone up a little bit here, because between them they've now thrown 16 darts. And he's took the 17th dart between the pair before we've had a first major treble. It tends to happen like this, and then as soon as someone hits a big score, it like reignites the game back up again.
He needs a treble 20 for a half dart lead after 12.
60.
They looked a bit tight.
Well, this is your opportunity, Thomas Lovely. If he can find a 140 now, he may find more.
120.
Oh my. Look what he's left. He's given Mitchell 6 darts from 280. That's a hard ask. It's now impossible. So maybe that collision
100.
is not going to wound him too much, but he could have easily been sitting on 180 to get the job done at this visit.
It's one of those shots, isn't it, where if you get through the game, you just brush it off and laugh it off. But if he loses this game now, he will reference that one dart out of the entirety of this match as being the reason.
Can he leave tops?
100.
Not quite.
Thomas, you require 74.
To upset the apple cart from the off. Double 16.
42.
Now it's Scott's turn on 80.
Scott, you require 80.
The anguish in the crowd. As 2 darts were missed for the match by Lovely. Mitchell doesn't miss.
Scott Mitchell.
And he wins an edgy one at the end. He didn't get many trebles en route to winning that 7th leg. But Lovely is still in with a fight. But he's going to have to beat Adam Lipscomb come game 3. Scotty Dog is expressing his relief, we would say. He will leave the stage as a winner in the first game of the Series 7 Week 9 finals night. The 85 average, very symptomatic of a very edgy start to that final leg. But he did just about enough to get his first 2 points. And if he wins his second game against Lipscomb in game 5, he will win Group 1. We'll go to Group 2 next, and we are about to see the sensation of the week, maybe the sensation of ladies' darts in the last 25 years. Beau Greaves up against Białecki.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Scott Mitchell get the better of Thomas Lovely by 4 legs to 3. Mitchell had to survive a couple of match starts in the deciding leg, but the former Lakeside World Champion is over the line. Well, talking about players who have won World Championships at the Lakeside, enter the fray Beau Greaves, who's been a sensation here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth over the last couple of days, and she saved her best till last. She won all 8 games in Group B, but last night in the last game hit 6 180s and averaged just under 115, the highest ever recorded average by a female player. And she's back for more this evening. She takes on Sebastian Białecki, another young star, in her first assignment of the evening. And early on tonight, Phil Barrs caught up with both players.
Sebastian, welcome to finals night. It's a night you've been to before. Are you excited for this evening?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here in finals night. But after the Group B last session was stable, but I'm happy to be here and I've done it and advanced.
Well, you talked on last night. What was it like watching that last game, knowing that you could be in or could be out?
I don't know what was that, but I don't know how I can explain, but I think it's not my game, but I don't have word, but about the last day. But
we've seen you play some good stuff recently. You've qualified for a Euro Tour. You've qualified for the Polish Darts Masters. So your game in general is very good at the moment.
Yeah, when I came here to Modus Super Series at this week, was really great for me in mental, and I feel my game is really good, and we will see what happened today.
Well, Sebastian, we wish you all the very best this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Beau, welcome to finals night. And I remember you walking out the door last night, beaming, smile, completing the group, that stunning average. Have you had time to take it all in, what you did last night?
No, well, it is what it is, isn't it, John? I had a really good game against Kev last night, and it was just relieved for the whole night just to get through. And yeah, I mean, my first time here and made it to obviously finals night. It's a good achievement. Different
dynamic this evening. You've gone from a quiet room to a sellout here, and you're partly to do with that. Have you got friends and family come down to support you?
Yeah, I've got a few. Just like little table, whatever, just sort of. But it's one of them. I absolutely loved it being quiet in there, and so it could be a bit different for me. But you know, I've played in a fair few crowds in my career, so yeah, obviously looking forward to it, and hopefully just sort of play well, and whatever happens, happens.
We know you're used to going off favourite for tournaments because it happens a lot. Your favourite this evening as well. Is that extra pressure, or is that something that you thrive on?
No, not really. In a roundabout way, I'm not too fussed. I think just coming here, and I was just meant to do like a trial shift basically to see if I enjoyed it and liked it, and I've absolutely loved it, and hopefully I'll come back at some point. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Do you know what I mean? You never know what's going to happen when you get on stage, so it could be bad, could be really good. So yeah, I've not really looked too much into that.
You've won many titles across your career. What would it mean to add this one to the CV?
Yeah, obviously it would be great. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'd just rather just sort of play and enjoy it, and if I win, it's a bonus, and if not, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, obviously just have a good time with lads in the back room, and just see how my darts fly.
Well, I wish you all the very best this evening.
Thanks, love.
So 2 ton plus outs for either player, 1 to win the game, 1 to save the game. This would be some way to secure her first Super Series win.
And again, over to the right side. This is a Stephen Bunting area of the board. He did last night. I did a 94, 93 and 86 across his performances.
108!
Can we qualify 14th? Yes, it can.
108!
Not bad for a trial shift, is it? And this big crowd in Porto had come to see a legend of the ladies' game, and she's only 20 years of age, Beau Greaves, in action up against Sebastian Białecki. There's a combined age of 40 on that stage between Białecki and Greaves. And who could forget what Sebastian's done already in his young career, former UK Open quarter-finalist himself. But this is a big ask. Beau Greaves, who's averaged the 8th highest average in the history of the Super Series in beating Kevin Painter last night. How is she going to fare here? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
I think we are all very keen to find out how Saturday night goes for both of these players, because this man right here, at the tender age of 20, which is what we've got from both players on the stage right now, he has won a week before. The other 5 players who are touring the Oki tonight have not. So he's the only person who has had his fingerprints on that trophy, which is gracing the right-hand side of the stage as we look at it now. However, Sebastian is up against tonight's favourite.
First leg, it's Beau to throw first. Game on!
It could be history tonight. We have had female players here on Saturday night before, but maybe this is the one time where people think
100.
It might be time for a female player to win it.
Got to say, I don't envy the job as well that our content creators had to do there in making that
78.
VT for Beau Greaves, because cutting down her highlights into 20 seconds must have been a very tough job.
We've talked about people over the last few weeks in this series having really good 180 ratios per leg or per game. Beau Greaves is up there, well
85.
over 2 per match for the week so far. And if we may simplify things just a little bit, I think she likes playing up there.
140.
Just plays the game with so much freedom, doesn't she? Just complete breath of fresh air. But he wasn't here yesterday, and when Beau Greaves came up to the studio after hitting 6 180s against Kevin Painter, the first thing she said when she walked through the door was, "Ah, that could have been more."
Scary.
Does it remind you of the sort of mindset of a one Phil Taylor?
60.
Now that's a comparison.
Nothing was ever good enough for him, did it? He always wanted a bit more. He always wanted the next challenge. You win a title, and then the next day it's like, well, what's next? Never did a victory lap.
60.
Beau Greaves strikes me as someone very
76.
similar.
88.
68.
A slightly tricky switch from the bottom left to the top right. Yields nothing for Beau. But plenty of time. And by plenty of time, I mean
54.
at least one more visit.
So you require 8.
She thought that was in. No volume in the live lounge after that shot. But there might be after this one.
Game shot on the first leg, Beau Greaves.
Do you know when you go to a theatre and you may watch a singer or
leg,
an act,
Sebastian
and
to throw
when they
first.
get in full
Game
flow,
on.
there's not a noise to be had. Everyone's just sat, eyes engaged, locked, and the only thing that exists in that moment of time is what is on the stage.
100.
That is exactly how it feels right now when you have a look over to the crowd. No conversations, no phones out in
100.
hands. Just everyone engaged and looking at the screens, looking at the stage.
That's the way it should be here in Portsmouth, because it's all about that dartboard,
96.
that stage, and who's going to be the last person standing. If that first dart is planted there, everybody's got a problem tonight.
140.
I use the term robotic, and I use that as the greatest compliment that could possibly be given. And that's how you feel with Beau. Certainly when that one goes in the top of the treble 20 bed, just with that little bit of lift, you almost get expectant of it, because she's got to this point where when she's in full flow, it's almost like she's completely void of human emotion in the most
140.
complimentary terms.
Let's face facts, this is not Beau Greaves' first rodeo. I first met Beau when she was 12. She came to the Champions League in Cardiff, the very first one. She was there doing a feature for
137.
another network.
Beau, you require
And we all thought,
121.
isn't it great that young kids like Beau can have an opportunity to play and enjoy?
57.
That impact is still
Sebastian, you
being
require
felt.
40.
Now, a chance for Białecki to get some early confidence, which he needs.
No score.
Needs is
Beau, you
a very
require
vital word
64.
there, because he's not got it to draw on from the experience of the week. He needs to find it tonight.
Tops for Beau,
Game shot on a second
and she
leg,
punishes
Beau
him.
Greaves.
That's what happens when you miss your shot and you let a two-time world champion in.
Third leg.
Said
it's
it all
Beau to
week
throw
with Beau
first.
Greaves. Functionality
Game on.
of the finish. When she comes to the hockey and she's within range, it goes. Don't allow your opponent that chance to come back to the board. Again, a
100.
player we spoke about just a moment ago, the 16-time champion of the world. They used to call it bullying, didn't they?
I'm not sure they call it that anymore.
98.
It's typical Greaves from this week, because she's averaging nearly 95 for the week.
57.
Just in case anybody out there thinks that we're overselling her ability this week. We aren't. The numbers tell you everything you need to know. And an undefeated streak. She's never lost
97.
on this stage. And she's up against someone in this match who has never failed to make a Saturday when he's been here in Portsmouth. It's now 6 out of 6 for Sebastian.
125.
That in itself is a tremendous achievement.
And there is a big game coming up for Beau Greaves. There's a long way to go before then, but around about 9:30,
99.
she's going to be taking on Marvin van Velzen. And I strongly advise you to stick around for that one. That one could be fireworks. That treble 20 may need to be turned.
180.
That's 180, number 19 for the week. And that's to leave the lesser seen 39 checkout.
59. Beau, you require 39.
Based on what we've seen this week, this could be anything. Could be 13, double 13. But it's going to be textbook for Greaves.
23.
Białecki needs
Sebastian, you require
to make something
148.
happen. The last thing he needs is a heavy defeat in his first game of the finals night.
Especially when you look at the other player in there is Van Velzen, and he's such a powerhouse scorer.
42.
Sebastian Białecki will feel
Beau, you
backs to the
require
wall. He's very
16.
familiar with the format. He's been here so many times.
The luxury that Beau's had
Shot
on the
a
outer
third
ring
leg, Beau Greaves.
is just too cushy. Not enough pressure applied.
Fourth leg, it's
And the
Sebastian
one
to throw
time
first.
Białecki does
Game
get
on.
to the double, he can't take his chance. He's had 3 darts at a double. Beau's had 9. That tells you everything you need to know.
180.
He's one of those players in his 6 qualifying weeks, Sebastian, that he's done an awful lot. He's played in every single group he can play in.
100.
He's got a 9-dart leg, which he hit against Anton Östlund. At the age of 20, he's a bit of a Super Series veteran over the last couple of years. But he doesn't have a series title.
85.
But in order to even try for that, you must win another qualifying week.
I was very surprised the other day, and I know a lot of people in our YouTube chat was as well when the graphic came up,
100.
and it said Sebastian Białecki 20, because it feels like he's been around for so long. And you get that with some players, don't you? Like with James Wade or Adrian Lewis, people that burst onto the stage so young, they feel a lot older than they actually are.
180.
Hold the phone. Sebastian is now out maximum-ing, if that's a word.
57. Sebastian, you
The
require
person who's got the
56.
best ratio of maximums per match this week. This is a good leg. But only if he gets the final product,
Game
which he
shot
does
on
on
the
this
fourth leg,
occasion.
Sebastian Białecki.
Do you know something ironic?
Always.
And it's not a free ride that you've already paid for,
Fifth leg, it's Beau to throw first.
or rain on your
Game
wedding
on.
day. Sebastian Białecki was actually the worst 180 hitter in Group B. And he's out 180 in the best 180. And when I said
59.
it's significant difference between the two. Across their 8 games in Group B, Beau Greaves hit 18 180s. Sebastian Białecki hit 4.
45.
That's not a good ratio. That's one every other match. And in that sort of company, you're going to need more than that, usually. But he has Beau Greaves to
95.
thank for his participation in Saturday night. Isn't that right, Matt?
Kevin Painter won the last game last night. It'd be Kevin Painter up there right now, but then Beau Greaves decided to set records instead.
100.
But I suppose this is where we go back to what I said at the opening of the show, where I said Sebastian Białecki, when we're assessing him, he's kind of got to assess forward, not backwards, because backwards isn't good reading, but forwards could be.
140.
Well, let me give you a slightly left field example here. You get someone like Mondo Duplantis, who's the best pole vaulter in the world. He's already won the gold medal. What's his next
60.
trick? He'll say, set that bar at world record height. That's exactly what Greaves did yesterday. She'd won the group, and against Painter, she just said,
60.
right, let's see what we can do then. And you saw what happened. Speaking of irony, it is World Championship snooker time.
135.
As we go into early May, and we're looking for a
Beau, you
147.
require 147.
And it's on.
95.
It's still a very good layup.
Sebastian, you require 161.
Huge ask to keep this match alive. Didn't look settled there on dart 2.
It was the transfer, wasn't it, of the dart from the holding position into the throwing hand.
78.
And that
Beau,
tends
you
to just
require
come when
52.
there's just a little bit of shake in the hand.
She'll be very close to the semi-finals if this goes.
Game shot.
She's not
and
there
the
yet,
match.
but it's a
Beau
brilliant
Greaves.
start. And the undefeated streak on that stage is now stretched to 9 straight games. I think she enjoyed that one. I think we all did. It was a very, very good performance. The average 89.25 with 36% on the doubles. It's good. He didn't have to be brilliant, and that is probably the fault of Sebastian Białecki, who didn't really put Beau under enough pressure in that one. So he's got it all to do when he comes back and plays against Marvin van Velsen in Game 4. But before then, it's all about Thomas Lovely. Can he take out Adam Lipscomb and the crowd?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Beau Greaves got her campaign up and running with a 4-1 success against Sebastian Białecki. It was a calm, controlled performance from start to finish by the two-time ladies world champion. Average of just under 90, 4 from 11 on the doubles as well. But the atmosphere is about to go up a notch here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as Adam Lipscomb makes his bow on the stage. The man from literally a couple of miles away here from Paulsgrove, just up the road here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he has brought an army of fans with him this evening for the big occasion. His first assignment is Thomas Lovely, who lost out in a last leg decider against Scott Mitchell in his first match of the evening session. So a win for Lipscomb, and he's automatically into the semi-finals. Earlier on this evening, Phil Bars caught up with Baby Boy.
Adam, back-to-back finals for yourself here at the Super Series. How excited are you for this evening?
Oh yeah, buzzing, mate. Yeah, proper excited. Can't wait.
Was it nice to get it done semi-early, that you weren't going into that last couple of games wondering if you were going to be here, the fact it was all boxed off early-ish?
Yeah, I'll say I played that game with Rob the night before, and it was a bit like, so I could have won that one, but I missed doubles. I thought tomorrow I need to get off the blocks. Managed to get the win on Rob, and then obviously Beau does Beau. So I don't know, then managed to beat Kev. He went 3-1 up, and then the last game was just a bit, I knew I was through, and I just thought, relaxation now, yeah.
Well, last time you bought so many here, is it going to be, again, have you got a fan club here this evening?
Yeah, I have, mate. Yeah, a lot of people have been messaging me all day saying, can you get me? I was like, you have to go online and get the tickets. And then people was messaging me saying it's sold out. I was like, well, this should have been quicker then, shouldn't you? Do you know what I mean? But yeah,
how much did you learn from last finals night going into this evening?
A lot, because last time it was just mental. I've never had like a 180 shout out like that in my whole life. Like normally I'm used to down the pub. It's like, well, where you going there, mate? And then that one was like mental. And then you got to try and calm yourself down. The fact that I was trying too hard, and I think I just took it a bit too serious, to be fair.
Are we expecting a better version of Adam Lipscomb this evening compared to last time?
Yeah, last time it was a bit. I felt like the 2 games I played, I felt like it took 10 seconds, and it was like all the build up, all that time I wanted to get into a finals night. It's just like snap a finger. It was like the next day I was like, oh, and I want to get back there. And then this time I just felt like I got through easier.
What's the dynamic like in that practice room? Because obviously Beau has stolen all the headlines with what she done last night. So is the winner going to have to beat Beau this evening to lift the title, do you feel?
100%, mate, but Scotty's a bit, yeah. I don't know, everyone's good, isn't they? If you're here, mate, do you know what I mean? Anyone can turn out at 100 average, but out the group, out the back. So one night, you never know, do you?
Adam, wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers, Phil, mate. Cheers.
He is a very popular man, and if he lifts that title later on this evening, the roof could come off the live lounge in Portsmouth. That is for sure. His first assignment is Thomas Lovely, a win for Lipscomb, and he is into the semi-finals, and Thomas Lovely will be the first player to depart us. Well, this is a lively crowd. A lot of them are coming to see Adam Lipscomb this evening. A lot of the top tier are big Lipscomb supporters. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
It's another Saturday night. Is this going to be Adam's night? Before we get too carried away with this fixture and possibly Adam's participation in Champions Week, we have to be realistic. This is his turf. Baby boy wants to get that sentimental win tonight at the expense of the likes of Mitchell and Lovely and Greaves. But he's still looking for his first win on a Saturday night. That is his mission in this group, for me, if he wants to go in the right direction.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
If he finds it in this match, he's going to be guaranteed 3 games tonight. That may just open up something
59.
for him. But he's got to feel more comfortable about this chance, Matt, because he's been here before. He's felt
60.
the anxieties before. He's probably more prepared this time than he was last time.
It's what he's done in the week, though, as well. That's probably been the most impressive thing for me. He's had a fantastic week here
57.
at the Super Series. He kicked it off with an average of 105 and just sort of shown us what he's capable of. And we've spoke about it many times
40.
this week, that sort of imposter syndrome that he did feel. And he felt being local was actually a bit of a hindrance, because being local, he felt that was the reason he got invited
84.
in the first place, because there was a space that needed filling at the time, and he's local, he'll come in and fill it, and he felt that there was eyes on him.
95.
Eyes on him to deliver. And he really has blossomed as a player from when we first saw him to where he is now. We know he's gone out there and he's taken on challenges such as Q School and Challenge Tours, and
131.
he will be one of those players I think a lot of people are probably going to keep an eye on.
Well, that was curious.
75. Thomas, you require
18's first on 3 or
170.
6. Answers on a postcard, please, or by your favourite messenger pigeon. Oh, hello. Great layup.
138.
Perfect layup, Thomas. I agree with a thumbs up.
Got a bit of a gild in there. I mean, we're talking about the possibility as well here
99.
of the qualification
Thomas,
of Adam
you require
Lipscomb, but Thomas
32.
Lovely could actually qualify here as well in this fixture.
Game shot on a first
If he is
leg.
to
Thomas
qualify
Lovely.
now, he needs to win this game by 4-0, 1 or 2. And that is a fine
Second
start.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
And he has
Game
that
on.
luxury because his first game went the distance. Kept the leg difference negative
40.
to its most positive, you could say, at -1 after his first match. So if he can swing that around and take it into the positive with 2 points in the bank,
93.
he's through. And then he puts all the pressure on Mitchell and Lipscomb.
If you could pick a place or
40.
position to be in on Saturday night, right now, Adam Lipscomb is in dreamland. Because he's in a position here where he wins, he's through. And if he doesn't win, he takes on Scott Mitchell. And he's got another life,
57.
another opportunity. It's like a safety net.
I would absolutely have Adam's shoes, even though they're too big for me.
95.
I'd want to be in Game 3 and Game 5. No matter what happens in Game 3, minimal break between the two matches, and a double chance to get it done.
That is where I think sometimes with the scheduling, it can be a bit of an advantage to win Group A, because you play first and you've got a long gap and a long break before you come back onto the stage again.
Or you could win Group C and get Marvin's slot, which is Game 4 and Game 6. And if you were to win your group and play in semi-final number 2, that would be a lovely symmetry, wouldn't it? Of games 4, 6 and 8. Adam is starting to find something now. It's taken a little bit of time, but every good shot that he hits, you're hearing it from the audience as well.
99. Adam, you require 151.
Instant feedback. Thomas Lovely doesn't have to guess what is going on.
123.
It's only getting louder.
Thomas, you require 124.
He needs a Jeff Smith here. Looking for a silencer. Bull.
99.
A lot of people in Portsmouth
Adam,
are holding their
require
breath right
28.
there. Are they now? They're gasping
24.
is what they are.
Thomas, you require 25.
A second chance to win leg 2. Oh, he's still got a chance. But it's a slim one on double 1.
23.
That was a bit messy.
You require 4.
They've all got a bit Lionel.
Great dart. How he's got that round there, only Adam will possibly know, but that is a superb shot. And he's all smiles at the minute.
Throw first. Game on.
It was like that during the practice, during the warm-up, during the start of this game as well.
59.
Just almost fighting back a smile. You mentioned this is his turf. Can I go one further and say it's
44.
his yard?
Well, he's got milkshakes to bring.
Well, we'll see who that brings to the yard, but
96.
I'm sure the Undertaker fans will get that reference.
I see where you're going with it.
80.
He just want to put everybody away tonight, that's for sure.
100.
When the questions have been asked of certain players tonight, where winning tonight would rank.
100.
Obviously for people like Mitchell and Greaves, it would be very good for them, but it wouldn't be the top of the tree. A win tonight for Lipscomb would be his crowning achievement to date.
140.
That's where his first start's got to be. Just to take some pressure off and allow him to float.
Thomas, you require 106.
He's had a few scratchy visits in this match so far because of a bad first start. Double 16.
Game shot
And
on the
Lovely is
third
back in
leg.
front.
Thomas Lovely.
That did not take long to get the lead back.
Fourth leg. It's Adam
Absolute
to throw first.
Contrast to what we saw from Thomas Lovely yesterday. Was nervy, edgy.
95.
Just stumbled over the line with one win from 4, missing dart after dart to get over the line, and now we're starting to see that player
80.
that's been doing so well out there on the Challenge Tour, been getting some Pro Tour invites and winning games on the Pro Tour as well.
55.
Lincolnshire's had so much to say about darts over the last 30 years, hasn't it? They've had great county players, England internationals,
59.
WDF ranking tournament winners. Now they've got PDC players making
85.
semi-finals at the World Championship and people actually moving to Lincolnshire to get better. Must be something to do with how flat it is.
140.
There are a few hotbeds in darts, aren't there? Yorkshire, obviously, the shining light
45.
of that. But you've got Lancashire, very hotbed. You'd say Lancashire, certainly around the sort of St Helens area. That's kind of the
100.
modern-day Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah, I think that region of the world has got a lot to answer for when it comes to the likes of Bunting, Chisnell. Tabben,
100.
Michael Smith,
Thomas, you require
Littler,
122.
and many more. Looking for another lovely shot. It's the bull.
79.
He's had plenty of chances
Adam,
of
you
the bull
require
tonight.
121.
This would raise the roof. Bullseye for Big Baby.
96. Thomas, you require 43.
This is not good news for Adam if this goes. But it's brilliant news for Thomas.
23.
Again, he's missed his chance, and he's had plenty
Adam, you
tonight
require 25.
against both Adam and Scott Mitchell.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Adam Lipscomb.
Listen to this place. We've talked about the Littler effect in World Darts. When you come to Portsmouth, it's about the Lipscomb
Fifth
effect.
flag. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's really having his moment, isn't he, Adam Lipscomb up there? And who knows what this will lead to as well.
60.
Normally one moment unlocks something inside and unlocks that sort of will for more, that hunt for more.
125.
Who knows what could happen if he wins here tonight? Some dart players have had fast food named after them over the last 6 months. If there's a rib joint around
60.
Portsmouth and he wins tonight, it might be Big Baby ribs on the menu.
100.
Wasn't there a cafe recently that did full-on dart name meals?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think
60.
Luke Littler's got his own pizza slice, hasn't he?
I mean, that's something that's going to live with you forever, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. All in a line, standing to attention. And somebody's cooking now. I just wonder if Thomas Lovely is going to rue those misses in the previous leg.
97.
Well, the biggest problem
Adam,
he's got
you
now
require
is that
96.
he's give encouragement and hope, and the crowd that have come here to support Adam Lipscomb are now engaging.
60.
So close. But he will return. Flying the flag for a city that has been very cheerful
54.
over the last couple of weeks.
Adam, you require 36.
Double 9. His 5th dart to win the leg.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Adam Lipscomb.
A city that is ferociously blue
Sixth
has
flag.
just
It's
cheered
Adam
green.
to throw first. Game on.
Thomas Lovely was in a position to possibly be through had he been sharper on the doubles.
60.
But now he has to win the next 2 legs, otherwise he's the first person out.
And as the noise level picks up, the anxiety can as well. It becomes a cauldron up there on the stage.
And this is a position that Adam's never been in before.
85.
A winning position on a Saturday night, because when he was here a few weeks ago, he was dumped out early by 2 big
57.
defeats. He'll attack that.
100.
And in the end, he'll be very disappointed with 100.
Before we went to the hockey, I'd have thought that was minimum requirement, so it'll be a minor tick. But that is a
74.
big dart, big recovery, big switch. He needed a big power scoring treble there, and it also gives him the opportunity now that
100.
as long as he stays straight, he's going to leave a finish.
But will he get 6 darts from here?
140.
That's a world-class 140.
Adam, you require 156.
Match point. Has slipped by already. Now what do you do, Thomas?
116. Thomas, you require
Find 90 or you may be gone. Double 15. He attacked it from the off. You've got to give him credit for
No
that.
score.
He's bussed it, but
you
Adam
require
Lipscomb
40.
can bring the roof off this joint.
Game shot and the match. Adam Lipscomb.
Where's the roof gone? We've just learned 2 things. Adam Lipscomb can win a game on a Saturday night. And that win has got him through to the Final Four for the first time in his Modus Super Series career. And it also eliminates Thomas Lovely, who did have plenty of chances in that match. He missed 7 darts at double, and the majority of those ones were really, really important. Adam Lipscomb only needed a 78 average to get the job done, but now he can open his shoulders when he comes up against Mitchell in Game 5, and that will be a shootout to see who wins Group Number 1. Sebastian Białecki has got work to do, and he's up against Marvin van Velzen after this.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and welcome back to the studio, our humble home here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where the roof has come off the place after Adam Lipscomb got his first Saturday night win here on the South Coast in front of his home crowd, beating Thomas Lovely by 4 legs to 2, unfortunately eliminating Thomas from the competition. Right, next up for us, Sebastian Białecki in must-win territory, similar to our previous game. He lost out to Beau Greaves in his opening match of the session, and he now takes on Marvin van Velzen, the 23-year-old who this week really has burst onto the scene here at the Modus Super Series. The ADC European qualifier has been superb, and he is hoping for a first weekly title. Earlier on this evening, he caught up with Phil Barnes.
Marvin, welcome to finals night. And from the moment you've walked in this door, that beaming smile, you're excited for this evening, aren't you?
Yes, of course. Yeah, with the crowd behind me, I'm excited to play here, yeah.
I don't know if you know, but it is a sellout this evening as well. So literally there's not a seat to be had.
Yeah, that's nice to hear, yeah.
Look, the week you've had, how would you break it down as a whole?
Yeah, it was like day 1, 1 win, day 2, 2 wins, etc. And yeah, I become better every day. And it was like scoring was already good on Wednesday, and on Thursday, Friday, everything fell in the puzzle. Yeah.
Well, winning Group C, how much confidence can you take from that going into this evening?
Yeah, big, because also yesterday unbeaten, and that was also the feeling I've got. So now still have. So hope we can still get the line growing
tonight. Tough ask for anyone Obviously, the talent in that room is incredible. How much more do you think you're going to have to put on your game this evening if you're going to walk home with the title?
To be honest, if I'm playing my game against how I played against Daniel, how I play against Seb on Wednesday, I think I can beat everyone, but it's going to be a hard task, and everyone is good on his day. So,
if you could win this, would this be the biggest moment of your career to date?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it will be.
Well, I wish you all the very best this evening. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
4-1, 4-1. The arms hoisted aloft. With Bedard at the top to Van Velzen for 1-10 out to return the game to throw.
Got a chance here to break the throw. Sebastian Bielecki with the biggest finish of the week, and it goes.
Will MVV be the MVP here on the South Coast? Marvin Van Velden in action up against Sebastian Bielecki. It's our fourth game of the evening session. For Seb, it is win to stay in as far as he's concerned. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
And then there were 5, because Thomas Lovely is now officially gone. Sebastian Bielecki will join Thomas Lovely if he doesn't beat Marvin Van Velden. So, over to you, Marvin. If he wins this one, the Terminator. What a great nickname that is. If he wins, we're going to have 2 shootouts to see who win each respective group. Bielecki has got his back against the wall now. He needs to find, arguably, his best darts of the week, because he's trying to break a 6-game winning run, of which Marvin has put together.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
One of these countries have already got people in Champions Week. The Netherlands have got 2 players already there in Bradley Roos and Jimmy van Schie.
108.
Sebastian has been flying the flag for Poland pretty much on his own over the last year and a half here. Not a bad start though, Matt.
45.
Absolutely spot on. Perfect start there for Bielecki, trying to put right the wrongs of the earlier defeat. But speaking of wrongs, I think you missed an open goal there, Paul.
100.
Wouldn't be the first time.
You didn't suggest that Marvin Van Velzen is looking to terminate Sebastian Bielecki.
I wonder what kind of Terminator he is.
100.
Is he a T1000? Is he a TX?
That story and that storyline confuses the life out of me.
57.
I'm not going to go too nerdy, but apparently, even before it was a movie, it was featured in other programming.
100.
But somebody is starting to get their pep
Sebastian
up there.
require
I
164.
think Marvin enjoyed that one. Sebastian's not going to go for this. He's going to try and leave double 12.
I think Marvin is another one of those players that will really
100.
enjoy being up there with the crowd. We've seen him when we've had the empty room environment that we do throughout the week here at the Super Series. Really sort of react to the darts. And
108.
You were saying?
I
think it's just proving your point.
Right on cue.
Right on 32.
Game shot on a first
And a 1-0 lead.
Bielecki.
That's better, isn't it? Now, if you were to say it to me, of these two,
Second leg, it's
who
Marvin to
behaves
throw
more
first.
like a Terminator, I'd probably have to say Sebastian. He very rarely shows emotion. The most emotion he's ever shown on this stage was when he hit his 9-darter.
30.
But even then, he knows the importance of this game. He wants to have a chance of being a 2-time Saturday night champion here in Portsmouth. And if you look at who's in Champions Week already,
140.
it's a 50-50 split of the first 8 weeks. Multiple champions and first-time champions. Rhys Robinson, Neil Duff, Andreas Harrison and Kieran Tierney from last Saturday night. They have all won prior to this series. Whereas Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos, Bradley Brooks and Jimmy van Schie all won their first one.
140.
It's going to take you back into the week. Group A, Wednesday, the last time that these two went head-to-head. That was when
95.
Marvin van Velzen hit 103.66 average against Sebastian Bielecki. So that was the last memory these two are going to have of each other, which might be why we've got this real steely, focused, determined
100.
Sebastian Bielecki right now, because he knows what van Velzen is capable of.
Was that the game that gave you the idea behind tipping him for Group C?
What gave me the idea for Group C was seeing the moments.
108.
This power scoring. He is one of the best power scorers I have seen on that stage. Oh, he's missed the big number. He's given Van Velzen a little bit of an opportunity here.
81.
An opportunity he's earned off the
Marvin,
back
you
of
require
his
96.
second maximum visit of this game.
You saw what missing a small number did for Thomas Lovely in the previous match. Now, has he missed a trick there?
56.
He had a guide for that
Sebastian, you
60.
require 40.
Sebastian could double down here. Double 10. Big shot.
Game shot on a
Break of
second
throw
leg.
for Bolt.
Sebastian Bielecki.
Like Matthew Edgar said, if he wins 4-0,
Third leg, it's Sebastian
He's
to throw
through.
first. Game
he's
on.
halfway there.
And that is the only score that Sebastian Bielecki can have that will get him through guaranteed. Cannot afford to lose a leg. And,
96.
well, this is how you go about it.
He's got a big summer coming up, hasn't he? Mr. Bielecki. He's going to be playing in Poland Darts Masters.
100.
Just a shade over a month and a half. That'll be a very proud moment for the 20-year-old. That was some event last year. My word, MVG was on fire.
Didn't it sell out in like 10
50.
minutes or something?
30 minutes. Every single session gone.
It's interesting to see all the new countries that the
96.
World Series is going to and potentially the Euro Tour. I'd like to see something in France.
I'm sure it'll happen. Is this going to happen?
108.
That slightly whippy wrist that he's got with that smooth action is somewhat understated compared to the whippy action of Marvin.
98.
You don't leave those darts behind. They're not feathered into the board. They're given a really good thrust.
Well, there is barely any drawback. I mean, with Sebastian Bielecki, we got like a de-accelerated swing, but with Van Velzen, that
59.
set point is at the back, at the deep set, so it has to be all arm, all muscle. It's all thrust.
There's a layoff as well, isn't there? As it goes to the right-hand side.
137.
When he draws it back, it goes
Sebastian, you require
slightly right from that
160.
minimal drawback. The drawback for Bielecki, if he doesn't hit this, is that he could need help.
98.
He knows exactly what he needs
Marvin,
to
you
do, judging by
require
that
70.
facial expression.
He's been here so many times, hasn't he, Sebastian Bielecki? He knows all the possibilities, the ins and outs.
Double top, only just.
30.
Another chance for Seb.
Sebastian, you require 18.
This is to give him a chance of a guaranteed invitation to the Final Four. He's got to clean up. Traversing the board.
Game shot on
And a
third
3-0
leg.
lead.
Sebastian
If he breaks
Bielecki.
in the next leg, he's in. Simple as that.
Fourth
And we will
leg, it's
have
Marvin to throw
3 of
first.
our Final Four.
Game on.
Well, if you are just tuning in and you're having a look at the scoreboard, you'll say, well, Marvin van Velzen,
135.
maybe he's not handled the night. Maybe he's just not turned up. He's averaging over 100, and he's managed just one dart at the double.
That means that Sebastian's done very, very well
23.
in protecting his throat. When you've got the darts like Sebastian has in this match, you can afford to take
60.
18 darters. Really good 15 darters. That's where your average will come down to its lowest because you're using every dart and every visit.
But what that doesn't do, it doesn't lose you any control of the match. You've still got that same level, and that's where sometimes you can have what we've got here, where we've got a bit of a chasm in terms of the averages, but the scoreline's the opposite way round.
96.
It's the difference between an actual functional average and a scoring average.
I'm hearing that word functional a lot tonight, and I love it.
Yeah, I've learnt a new word, so I like to put it in as many times as I can.
99.
Did last month use decorum, so good job I weren't on commentary really, because I couldn't chuck that in enough times.
Yeah, I think decorum has been a very apt word for this week, hasn't it?
138.
How about acceleration? That's exactly what Marvin's starting to find here in leg 4. Has he left it a little bit too late? Because we all have to be aware of the fact that if Marvin wins 4 straight
Marvin,
legs,
you require 72.
he's through. We've got to take them one at a time. And there's the first one. Sebastian Białecki cannot qualify by right solely from this game now. But he can win 4-1
It's Sebastian to throw
or
first.
4-2.
Game on.
And he can win 4-3 as well. However, he now needs to win the match and to get a little bit of help
30.
from Beau again.
We've both played this game, Paul, and you'll know what it's like. When you go through like a winning spell
140.
and you start winning matches, you start to feel invincible. And you start to feel like it doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to get out of the situation. Marvin van Velzen may be in that mode because he hasn't lost a game in the last 6. Maybe being 3-0 down's not going to faze him because all he knows in recent memory is winning.
Very good point.
96.
This is good from Marvin. He's maintained a really good level of output throughout this match. And you do wonder, because of the fragile confidence
97.
of Sebastian Białecki, as to how he feels in this moment. Marvin can attack. But let us not forget what he's got
79.
left tonight. He's still got to play Beau Greaves.
Let's also remind ourselves of what we saw last night. Sebastian Białecki
104.
did just win the one match, but his evening's checkout percentages, in 33 darts at a double, he hit 4. And most of that came in the game he actually won, because he missed match start after match start.
100.
And
Sebastian, you require 170.
going to have a little look now to see if he can get over the line a little bit quicker, because if he doesn't, Van Velzen could strike.
He masterfully left this 170 with a 104. Now he's got a match start at the bull.
135.
Valiant effort. You just wonder if Marvin
86.
will only get a shot at the bull here. He would dearly like 2 at the outer ring. It is the outer ring.
72.
What a chance for
Sebastian, you
Białecki now.
require 35.
If you'd have offered him 4-1, he would have had your hand off. This is to be in with a chance.
19.
He's seen 3 match starts missed.
Marvin, you require 14.
And Marvin is still kicking.
So his memories, isn't it? Last night, say that recent form does weigh bearing. But Van Velzen has to take his opportunity.
Looks nervous to me, Matt. He's learning about himself right now.
10.
Those moments you
Sebastian,
just can't
you require
practice.
16.
3 more darts potentially to be on 2 points after 2 matches he's played here tonight.
He
hasn't got there.
Marvin, you
And honestly,
require 4.
I can't say I'm overly surprised on the evidence of what we saw less than 24 hours ago. Van Velzen trying to compose himself, a big inhale of breath, taking his time in his approach to the hockey.
Got to get past it. Madhouse Marvin goes mad.
Van Velzen.
You could have heard that in Southampton. I feel like I've just swore.
Sixth leg.
Here in
It's Marvin
Portsmouth,
to
you
throw
can't say the
first.
S word. But I just have. And the S
Game
word
on.
that is Sebastian is gutted right now. But he's only got himself to blame.
We are watching two players that have completely contrasting feelings right now. Recent form, Van Velzen's won his last 6 out of 6. If we use the same time frame
85.
for Sebastian Bielecki, he's won 1 of his last 6 games. And in that includes 3 4-0 defeats. He's a man right now
47.
void of confidence. He's missed 6 darts to get this one done and get over the line.
I've always said, Matt, I don't know if you agree with me here,
70.
but I think confidence can be lost very quickly.
100%.
It can only be found by building it up again. You can't just find your 100% confidence from one match. You've got to start from scratch again, or a previous
81.
point. And I think Białecki at the minute, when it comes to getting over the line, is still building towards that.
Confidence is a process.
140.
And right now, that process is in reverse for Bielecki. He did qualify in unusual circumstances. He actually lost more games than he won as part of his
100.
qualification criteria. Just winning 3 matches of his 8, getting through on 6 points. And, well, he can thank Beau Greaves for that by being a runaway leader.
His overall win percentage for the week in qualifying was 61% by virtue of a really healthy campaign in Group A. As for Marvin, he was 60% for the week, so they could only be separated by 1% when it came to all of the games they
45.
played,
Marvin, you
which
require
was
106.
48 collectively. But this one has been like a game of Jenga for Sebastian. It's starting to crumble.
36.
He's not recovered well from all those mismatched darts. He'll probably be thinking, here we go again. And he is a player who is aware of the formats and the systems here at the Super Series, so maybe just seeing those legs go on the
100.
board might feel like the chance
Marvin,
has
you
just
require
further slipped
70.
away.
What kind of reaction would this get? Let's find out if we can bend it around that one.
Game shot at sixth leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
More from the crowd, apparently, than we got from Marvin. Sebastian wins this leg.
Seventh
He's
and
still got a
final
chance.
leg. It's Sebastian
He
to throw
loses it.
first. Game on.
He falls.
I think
And that would ensure a new weekly winner here tonight.
the first 3 darts are so important here for Bielecki, and getting that treble with the first dart will just settle him
100.
into the throat. He's getting a little bit animated as well, Sebastian Bielecki. That's been drawn into the emotion of the game.
100.
Feelings can't be seen, but atmospheres can be felt.
97.
And the atmosphere in here tonight is rather thick. It's a bit like a trifle in the fridge that's been left there for 365 days. Expectant.
60.
Every single person coming here tonight. There are people on the edges of their seat right now thinking, what's going to happen next?
96.
He's doing his job here, Sebastian Bielecki. He's finding a treble with every visit, which is kind of forcing Van Velzen, if he wants it in his hands without relying on a miss from Bielecki,
60.
to go in 12, which he's not going to be able to do from here.
Well, who would you rather be right now, Matt? Would you rather be Sebastian, who's struggled to get over the line, knowing that he has to win this leg? Or would you rather be Marvin, who could possibly
96.
exploit that insecurity of winning and still have a chance of beating Beau Greaves? It's a 50-50 for me.
Well, for Marvin, he knows he's just got to try and get within striking distance,
45.
because he's already seen
Sebastian, you
tonight that
require
Sebastian
112.
Bielecki may flake a little bit at the business end, but so far no signs of that. A real solid leg from Bielecki.
And what does he do here? 60 leaves double six, but you don't want to be leaving small numbers.
56.
He's done exactly the right thing there. Leave primary doubles when you have not been hitting doubles for the match prior to this shot. Leave your tops, leave your 32s and your double 12s. Don't be leaving
45.
6s and 4s.
Sebastian, you're
Well, he has switched
56.
target here because he's been trying to leave 16s and 8s at every single possibility so far.
Now he is on a small double.
Game shot. And the
He's
match.
still got a chance.
Sebastian Białowski.
He has beaten Marvin van Velsen, who now must beat Beau Greaves to stand any sort of chance. Well, that was an interesting match, wasn't it, Bolt? You found yourself in a possible qualifying position, but by virtue of that almost 84 average and 4 out of 15 on the doubles, you're hanging on by the skin of your teeth. We'll see Marvin up against Beau in Game 6, but before then, it's a shootout to see who wins Group 1 between Adam Lipscomb and Scott Mitchell.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Adam Lipscomb.
1-2-6 for the match
Shot and the
for
match.
Adam Lipscomb.
Adam Lipscomb.
And Baby Boy is on the board. Stupendous
Shot
start
on
for
the first
Adam
leg,
Lipscomb.
Adam
That's his
Lipscomb.
third ton plus checkout. Well, that man, Adam Lipscomb's already won on the Super Series stage tonight. He can make it 2 from 2. In fact, the winner of this game will make it 2 from 2. Both Scott Mitchell and Adam Lipscomb are into the semi-finals from 10 p.m. this evening. What we're going to find out now is who tops the group. Well, he cuts a relaxed figure, doesn't he, Baby Boy, in front of his home crowd, settling better than he did in his previous appearance in front of fans. As for Mitchell, well, he's been there, he's done it. He's worn the T-shirt. He's talked about wearing the T-shirt here at the Super Series. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Matthew Edgar, did you know that they have Modus Super Series T-shirts? Because I haven't been given one. Where do I put my note into the comments box?
Yeah, I ain't got one either, actually, so I could do with 2, because I like to have one that I can switch
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
One thing we can tell you is that both of these popular characters from the South Coast are through to the Final Four, which means that tonight's Final Four is going to be
100.
loud. It's going to be fun. But we are none the wiser as to who is going to be topping the table in Group 1 just yet. But maybe we'll know in the next 15 minutes.
125.
Talking about T-shirts, we had a bit of a discussion during the week of the match shirt of Adam Lipscomb that was just pointed out to us from the YouTube chat, and when it was pointed out, I couldn't not see it anymore.
Is it the tattoo?
It's the beard on the baby on the back of his shirt.
I don't think this is something I've surveyed, so please tell me.
Well, now I'm pointing it out to you, you'll
100.
never not be able to see it. On the back of Adam Lipscomb's shirt, there is a baby, and it's got full beard.
42.
Maybe it's a baby from The Greatest Showman. I just wonder how happy that baby's going to be in the next 2 hours.
60.
Looking very focused at that point. I like the somewhat ubiquitous tattoo, by the way. It looks like it's got 3 darts in uniform
61.
now in a holder, and it's just got the word darts.
You've got to label them, you might not know what they are.
I know there are people out there who despise dart shirts that have dartboards on them. It's just a bit too exactly what it says on the tin.
140.
One of the
require
premier dart shirts out there is
158.
Mitchell's. I love his. Really inventive with the gold star on the dog's collar. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I do like the creativity. It's good to see
92.
it coming through.
Scott, you require
Many
76.
people now starting to make themselves very individual.
He's going to stay up top. Same level.
40.
That must have felt
Adam, you
good when it left
require
his hand.
66.
How good is this?
30.
Wow.
Thank you.
Just as close as Mitchell's effort
Scott,
at double
you
18.
require 36.
This is for a break of throw. And very well found. The chairman of the Farmy Army is in the chair at the minute. With a break of throw in hand, if he wins this match, he will win
Second
Group
leg,
1
it's Scott to
and have
throw
the darts
first.
in the first semi-final.
Game on.
And that could be so important when we're looking at a group like this where the players are so evenly matched. The difference literally could be who throws first.
I'm sure there were so many people tuning in tonight thinking
140.
the final we want is Mitchell versus Greaves. One of the best players in the England team from the
45.
men's side and the ladies' side, and they have been very, very successful recently at the home internationals. But there is a chance that final could happen. If Mitchell wins this game and
100.
Greaves wins the next game, oh, we know those faces, don't we? There's a certain Cam Crabtree and a Tommy Gunn
85.
in the crowd.
Well, when Scott Mitchell did win the group, he did do a bit of a celebration, very similar to the one we saw from Tommy Gunn when he was on the stage during his week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I think that was one of the moments of 2023 when Tommy Morris was celebrating with Dom Taylor, who
125.
was on the European tour
Scott,
this
you
weekend.
require
Lost out to
81.
Christopher Tyskie yesterday, Dom. However, Mitchell is on a different planet at the minute. He's looking at fours.
73.
He looks focused. And he looks in better shape right now than he did the last time he was here on a Saturday night. I wonder if Chris Mason's
100.
watching tonight.
Scott,
Because
you
so far
require
he's the
8.
only regular commentator here at the Modus Super Series who has won a week. That was in week 12 of Series 1.
No score.
One more chance for Adam to level up. Ran out of room.
So another opportunity for Scott Mitchell to double his lead and confirm that break of throw. He's done the hard work. Now gets the confirm in the bank. And it's interesting that we see people like Tommy Morris here and other dart players coming to support Scott Mitchell in those relationships that have been built through playing darts locally and travelling the country together on the county circuit. And as we was doing that, we've actually had a really good question come through on the YouTube chat, which comes from Danny Butler. Thank you for joining us this evening, Danny. Hope you're enjoying the darts.
Yeah, evening, Danny.
He says, Matt and Paul, what do you guys think of the implications for county darts and Super League with the growing now of the ADC? He says he plays in the county system and he feels that a lot of people now want to focus on the ADC. I'm going to be blunt and I'm going to be truthful with my assessment of this. I think it's great for what we're seeing here, the formation of relationships and friendships that can never be discounted, but I think it's a very outdated system.
You're referring to the county system?
That's correct, yeah. It's a lot of travelling, a lot of effort for very minimal darts. And when I go to play darts, I want to play darts, not play a little bit and then watch everybody else play darts.
I think you've put that very, very well. I think if you want to play for your country, and I think if you want to play as part of a team environment, county darts is brilliant. But if you want to play for you, if you want to play just for you,
41.
ADC is where you go. It's all about team, ambition towards international. It's entirely up to you. Isn't it nice to have a choice, though? Because a few years ago, when I first met Scott Mitchell back into the 1990s,
81.
there was no choice.
Adam,
county was it.
40.
Adam doesn't really have a choice here. He did leave tops. Captain Mitchell is telling you what to do. Do as you're told.
Game shot on a third
there you go.
leg, Adam Lipscomb.
And Adam told that dart what to do. And it definitely stood up to attention and said, yes, sir.
Fourth flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Have we just seen there why Scott Mitchell is now a two-time England captain?
If he was your captain, would you do what he tells you to do? I know I would.
26.
It's just the respect of it as well there for Scott Mitchell, isn't it? Dealing with the problem, Lipscomb hits a double, fist bump, let's get back to battle again now.
Well, let's think about the vernacular of being England captain, inverted commas. Whether it's darts, rugby union, rugby league, football. Let me give you some examples of that. Brian Robson. Captain Marvel was his nickname in the 80s and 90s. He told you to do something, you'd do it. People like Andy Farrell
95.
in rugby. Strong personalities who can lead people into battle. And let's face facts. Mitchell is following in the footsteps of Lowe, Adams, O'Shea.
100.
You don't get that job unless you can be the chief.
And it means the world to him. It is everything
100.
he wants. He's so proud of representing his country. As soon as he dropped off the tour, that was something he wanted to go do, to get more games, to get those caps, to try and get to the milestones and the records. And now with the new players that are representing England, people like
46.
Jamie Atkins, Reece Colley, younger players, they kind of need the guidance of someone like Scott Mitchell who could elevate their careers.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The Crabtrees, the Sykes.
135.
International players who play here regularly.
Spot you require,
And some of them are here
149.
tonight, watching their captain going for a 1-4-9 and a 3-1 lead. Lipscomb has turned this around somewhat. in this battle to see who is going to be the supremo of group number 1. Double top.
$36.
That could be a costly miss.
Scott, you require 89.
Have you noticed, Matt, how Adam's pace is very different in this game to the last one?
Just trying to adjust, isn't he? Scott Mitchell obviously will dictate the pace, and you've got to find ways of dealing with that, because Scott Mitchell is never going to change. He's steady and he's good.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Why do I get the feeling that Mitchell has found someone in the crowd that has spurred him on just an extra percentage point there? And when he was sipping that glass of water, he was staring in their direction.
100.
Three chances for Mitchell to win Group 1. He has been to the semis before. He has been no further.
108.
Doesn't look like he's in the mood to mess around. This has been pretty good.
85.
Lipscomb averaged 78, getting his first Saturday night win against Thomas Lovely earlier tonight. He's averaging 15 points more here, and he's 3-1 down. This is Mitchell plotting his way through this
60.
Potential victory just by doing one good thing at a time.
There's only one word to describe that.
100.
Experience.
You can't buy it. You have to earn it. You've got to put yourself out there constantly.
100.
And Scott has done it for a quarter century.
It's not an easy lifestyle, all the travelling and everything that comes with it.
41.
As well as running a farm.
Scott, you require 161.
And doing some commentary on the side as well, and punditry, which he was doing down at Lakeside.
Does Scott even have a day off? Ever?
Does he even know what it means?
Maybe not.
87.
That'll do. Maybe could have been a little bit smaller, that number. He doesn't mind, though. He's only 2 darts away from winning the
35.
group and having the darts in the semis.
Scott, you require 74.
And to possibly avoid Greaves in the final 4. Tops.
Game shot and the match, Scott Mitchell.
Just too good on this occasion, and a 4-1 victory gives Scotty Dog the win in group number 1. But you haven't seen the last of Adam Lipscomb, his second Saturday night on home turf, and he's going to be playing in semi-final number 2. We don't know who he's going to be playing at this point, but what we do know is that Scott Mitchell was marginally better statistically in that one. He was just very steady throughout, and that gives him a second win of the night. When we come back, it's all going to be down to Marvin van Velzen. Can he get the job done against Beau Greaves?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final game of the group stages is about to start. Beau Greaves and Marvin van Velzen going toe-to-toe on the Oki. Before the break, Scott Mitchell topped Group 1, getting the better of Adam Lipscomb. As for Greaves, well, she is hoping to continue her perfect record as far as this week is concerned here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Watching this one in commentary, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew. I'm getting too carried away. Scott Mitchell here.
I think we're all getting carried away with the Farmy Army who are in the crowd tonight. Scott Mitchell is into the first semi-final. And he's going to take on possibly Marvin van Velzen or
First leg,
Sebastian Białecki.
Game on.
Things are just a little bit more intricate in Group 2. However, we can simplify it somewhat. Marvin has to win this game. If he doesn't, it's bye-bye to the Terminator. Beau Greaves is already through by virtue of her superior leg difference to this point, but she still needs 3 legs in this contest to guarantee winning the group.
45.
Paul Nicholson, the movie extraordinaire, knows a line from every single movie going, and
95.
Again, I feel like you missed the open goal. You didn't say if he loses this, he won't be back.
I was keeping them in reserve.
58.
I don't know how he's getting back to his accommodation tonight, whether he wins or whether he doesn't go through, but if he can't hail
60.
a car, he might say to someone passing by, "Hey, that's a nice bike." Might be on his bike soon.
139.
However, if he can break the win streak of Beau Greaves, he will just write himself a little bit of history here in Portsmouth to become the first person to beat Beau on this stage.
Marvin, you require 160.
And he does quite literally have a spring in his step there as he's taking the darts out the board.
60.
3 very well thrown darts there, but none of them register in the red bit. This one might. Almost surprised
60.
that it didn't.
Marvin, you require 100.
Marvin still needs a red bit to have 2 shots at the top red bit. Oh no, it's very messy from Marvin.
You require 52.
And Greaves usually gobbles these types of things up. I did say usually.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, sometimes she takes the short way, sometimes she takes the long way. Seems to be whatever way she goes, she always gets to the destination.
Now, that's one thing that Beau and Fallon
first.
Sherrick have got in common.
Game
On 52, they like going treble 12. I don't like it. I don't like going for trebles on those
43.
big single to double combinations, but maybe I'm just a bit too old school these days.
I think it like focuses a little bit, doesn't give you a focal point, because otherwise you're sort of throwing the general area
108.
of a big 12, and see it so many times where when people just throw in the area, they tend to miss.
Marvin's just got his third 180 of the night.
85.
Greaves just has the 1 so far, but we'll have a chance to get more.
125.
Plenty more.
We've talked about the big average that Beau Greaves hit to finish the play-off yesterday when she beat Kevin Painter with the highest ever average recorded by a
60.
female player. Marvin van Velzen has been playing his part in this category as well. On Wednesday, averaged 103.66 against Sebastian Białecki.
97.
And he himself had a monstrous average on Friday. 108.13.
Yeah, they don't hand out averages like that at the local
100.
ticketing desk.
Marvin, you require 99.
You have to get those yourself. That tells you everything you need to know about what's in his locker. Back to the 19s.
41.
Not ideal, but as long as he takes the 58, all will be well.
If there was a weakness for Van Velzen, it was when moving around the board. And on this 18 shot, did have a tendency to come inside the
Marvin, you
4.
require 58.
That's a really good single.
Game shot on a second
And a
leg.
punctuated
Marvin
second
van
leg.
Velsen.
I know he calls
Third
himself the
leg, it's
Terminator,
Marvin to throw
but I've
first.
got 2 queries.
Game on.
The logo on the back of his shirt looks like a stealth bomber. And he could have been called the Martian. Do you know who the most famous Marvin is in sporting history?
60.
I can't think of one.
Marvin Hagler. One of the greatest boxers ever.
108.
You're talking about boxing. That was a haymaker blow there from Beau Greaves.
Now, there are some 180s that look great. But if you look at that one from Greaves just there,
125.
how many more darts could she possibly get in there because of the angle of attack and the amount of room left? She throws a dart which almost reminds me of an old school Ian White dart. It's got that dusty looking grip on it. It's a bit twinkly as well. They're very effective.
85.
A bit like the shoes she's wearing tonight, because they are the most fashionable shoes in darts, apparently.
145.
Used by the likes of Littler, Aspinall, Dorby, and many others.
Well, that's a nice roll of honour, and
137.
you'd expect
Beau,
less
you
from that
require
from all those
36.
players. A 10-dart possibility here for Beau Greaves. Well, this is something she wasn't doing across her
Marvin, you
Group
require
B campaign.
94.
That functionality wasn't allowing the opponent another chance to the board. But this is for a holder throw for Van Velzen.
91 left. He went the aggressive route.
34. Beau, you require 18.
The aggressive play here is to go straight for double 9.
Game shot on the third
And bravo
leg.
to
Beau
Beau,
Greaves.
who takes a 2-1 lead and is only 1 leg away now from winning Group 2.
Fourth leg.
I'm
It's
gonna make
Beau
a
to throw first. Game
Bold
on.
prediction, and it's a prediction you can't really predict as such. It's something you just got a vibe, something you just got to feel. And I'm feeling it.
100.
What are you feeling?
And this could be one of those moments where what I'm about to say gets clipped and then they show the footage afterwards. And it's,
140.
I think we could see a 9-darter from Beau Greaves tonight.
Matthew Edgar's gone big.
140.
I don't know why, I'm just getting that vibe, getting that feel.
I'm starting to think that it might be Beau's night tonight, you know.
100.
Do you want to know why? We've seen her initials. BG. The Bee Gees. Didn't they do the soundtrack for... Oh, that's
131.
right. Saturday Night Fever. It's Saturday night. And the temperature is starting to rise in here.
$55. Beau, you
Things are
require
getting rather desperate for
130.
Marvin. Things are starting to look brighter for Sebastian Białowski again. And if he goes through to the semi-finals because of Beau, she will be top of his Christmas card list because she will have helped him twice. 36 after 9 in the previous leg.
36.
36 after 12
Beau, you
this time.
require 36.
She's playing well
Game shot
and
on the
doubling
fourth
brilliantly
leg.
this
Beau
time.
Greaves.
She's won the group and she's avoided Scott Mitchell in the semi-finals. It will be Lipscomb
Fifth leg, it's
against
Marvin to
Greaves
throw
in
first.
semi-final 2.
Game on.
I feel as well that Scott Mitchell in that last game was playing that with such focus and
38.
determination, because I think he wanted to win that to avoid Beau Greaves in the semi-finals. And why wouldn't you? If you had a choice, if you could pick
140.
who you want to play in the semi-finals, no one's going to be picking Beau.
Even Scott. Marvin needs to win 3 straight legs from here. Otherwise, his first jaunt to Saturday night here in Portsmouth will fall at the group hurdle. She doesn't strike me as someone who is going to be sympathetic.
140.
You're someone who casts their eye over technical skills as well as mental skills.
108.
How would you assess the Greaves throw? To me, it looks absolutely sublime.
Yeah, not much going to go wrong with that, is there?
85.
Just ease, effortless. And very, very enjoyable to watch.
Beau, you require 136.
Another. She lays up well and forces Van Velsen to take 118, otherwise the exit door has got his name on it. It's not going to happen. You have to commend him. Not the best Group A campaign. A brilliant Group C where he only lost once.
42.
But that might be that.
Beau, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot and the match. Beau Greaves.
Beau Greaves is still undefeated on the Modus Super Series stage. It's now double figures because she's won 10 out of 10. And she's into semi-final number 2 where she will take on Adam Lipscomb, the local favourite. That's going to be interesting, isn't it? But look at the numbers. 99, almost 100, 50% on the doubles. And that could have been much better. But she limited Marvin to 1 dart at a double and sends him packing. Well, we're going to pack up for about 5 minutes, but when we come back, we're going to talk semi-finals here in week 9.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage action has been completed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Beau Greaves continued her unbeaten run here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. No one has ever completed a whole week without losing a game, and she is on the cusp of doing it here. We've been watching all of the action in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar and the asset Paul Nicholson. Paul, she just continues doing what we know that she's been doing all week.
We've talked about experience with Scott Mitchell. Now we've got to start talking about the experience of Greaves. She's been playing at a very high level for her age for nearly a decade. This is just another thing that she's doing, and pressure is something she wakes up with and eats alive. Tonight she's looked so much at home, maybe more than anybody else, because she's attaining a better level than anybody else, and that cruising of her second game just goes to show what she does with pressure. There wasn't any on her, but if she can open her shoulders, that 99.95 average could have been so much better.
But it also felt par for the course, that 99 average. Her first game, it felt par for the course, but they're excellent numbers.
When that game was over, I moved my notepad to start writing down the numbers and everything that we may need to relay and make some notes on the game. And then when I looked up at the screen and saw the average of just shy of 100, I was like, is that right? Because watching her, it felt like it wasn't to that sort of level. That's a sign of a real quality player, because you're watching her going, I expect a lot more from Beau Greaves and for her in this situation, but she's averaging about 100, and that will win this, and it'll win it with some ease.
What does that put in terms of the rest of the field on notice if she's putting in those performances and still the eyebrows aren't getting raised?
Well, let's put it in perspective. We've talked about Mitchell having 398 averages in his brilliant Group A campaign, but that's as good as it got. Greaves, in cruise control, has beaten anything that Mitchell's done this week. So Matt's absolutely right. 99.95, if that's recreated without anybody else improving, it wins. And that has now put big pressure on Białecki, it's put big pressure on Mitchell, and monstrous pressure on Adam Lipscomb, because he's not attaining that level on a Saturday night. He's going to have to find a new level if he wants to make everybody here very happy.
In terms of the comparison game, and I know it's a dangerous game to play, but we saw a very young talent come onto this stage this time last year, blow the competition away and harbour headlines. Beau Greaves, and I don't want to put comparisons here, but she's doing something of a similar ilk.
Well, the comparison I'm going to lay is in regards to the odds we looked at the start of the night. Because when Luke Littler was here 12 months ago and we saw the odds, we went, he's a quality player, but at those odds, maybe, and in reflection now, when you look at what he's doing in the Premier League and that World Championship run, you go, I should have filled my boots when I had the opportunity, because it won't happen again. I questioned that at the start of the night, because mine and Paul's reaction to 5-4 was, that's a little bit skinny, but come the end of the night, or coming this point right now, 5-4 looks an absolute bargain.
Elsewhere then, in terms of the other semi-finals, let's talk about Scott Mitchell, because he won 14 out of 15 in Group A, but he still somehow has gone under the radar.
Yeah, maybe. I think the headlines of the last 3 days, and we're maybe focusing a lot on Beau, but Mitchell's done a very good job. This is his best campaign here in his career. He's had some great wins all over Europe and the world, but as far as this place is concerned, this is the best he's looked. When he made the semi-finals previously, he did so by a very small margin. He looked like he was cutting some sweat up here, he was stressed. He looks more ready for this than ever. And I think we possibly are going to get that game between Mitchell and Greaves in the final, which everybody wants.
In terms of Sebastian Białecki, Matt, does Beau Greaves deserve a Christmas card off of Sebastian? Because it was that game last night that sent him through to the finals night, and again, Beau Greaves has helped Sebastian through by beating Marvin van Velzen.
There's multiple ways you can qualify at the Super Series, and he's rewriting all the rules and how to get here. He lost more games yesterday than he won. He wasn't great tonight, but yet he's somehow still in the tournament, and he's still got the same equal opportunity. He's still got 3 darts like everybody else has, and the same chance of coming up here and winning this title. But how he's doing it, I don't know. And I think the only way I can assess it is, to this point, a very lucky boy.
Elsewhere, the other player who made it through is Adam Lipscomb, the local favourite. We were here the last time he played on this stage in front of a crowd. Fair to say, and he's admitted it himself, the occasion got a little bit the better of him, but the experience of last time has helped him this time around.
Yeah, I think it has helped him, but he's still trying to figure out what kind of a stage player he is in front of fans. I think one thing he has really improved on is how to play up here when nobody is down there. He's got that nailed. As far as here, with them here, that is still a work in progress. But what I really admire about Adam is that he's enjoying the experience and he's continually improving. This is going to be his first semi-final. If he makes the final, this place is going to be rocking.
It really will, and it sets up two blockbuster semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scott Mitchell against Sebastian Białecki, followed by Beau Greaves and Adam Lipscomb. The semi-finals are about to get underway, and we're going to be enjoying all of the action after this short break.
Shot and the match, Scott Mitchell.
Just too good on this occasion. A 4-1 victory gives Scotty Dog.
Game shot and the
He's
match,
still got a chance.
Sebastian Białecki.
He has beaten Marvin van Velt.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your semi-finals here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. First up, introducing Scotty Dog, Scott Mitchell. And his opponent in our first semi-final, it's Bolt Sebastian Białecki.
A clash of the generations as Scott Mitchell and Sebastian Białecki go toe-to-toe on the big stage. It's our first semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Mitchell, it's a chance to make it through to his first final. For Białecki, he is looking for his second weekly win. Watching this one in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Here we go then, final four time in week number 9. I can't believe it's gone this deep. And we haven't really got a legendary player in our Champions Week yet. With maybe the exception of WDF World Champion Neil Duff. But there might be another legend about to join those players in the next hour and 20 minutes. We've seen the likes of Adams fall by the wayside. We've seen other upstarts and people who have got burgeoning reputations fall at this stage or in finals over the last 8 weeks. We've lost the likes of Andy Bolton, seniors champion Dave Cameron, the previous series winner Scott Taylor. He fell at the final hurdle against Duff in week 4. But now we look to see who will have a couple of weeks off before they come back at the end of May.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
First, you've got to get to the final. Mitchell won Group 1. He has the darts. And his passage into this semi-final was with a little bit of stress at times. 4-3 against Thomas Lovely.
140.
It felt like he was always in control of that match. But he was always in control against Adam Lipscomb.
I think control
44.
is a very good word, and something that we've seen a lot from Scott Mitchell, not just in regards to the results, but in regards to how he's conducting himself up on the stage, how his sort of mannerisms, the stagecraft, shall we say, of Scott Mitchell.
81.
He's just absolutely owned the stage. It's all about him. And he's going up now against a guy who you've got to say is surely void of any sort of confidence from anything he can draw on from the past. We said at the start of the night he's got to look forward to the future. More so now, because it's not been a positive night so far for him. He's just sort of stumbled over the line somehow.
If I may see things from the other side of the coin, because we are commentators, we have to sit on a very comfortable fence.
140.
Mitchell has played 17 games this week. He's won 16 of them. The only loss was to Białowicz.
96.
And we're talking about someone who is so strong in mind
140.
that he was able to be the only person to beat Luke Littler on a Saturday night in this building.
If my memory serves me right, it was at this sort of stage
100.
of the night as well that he did get that victory over Luke Littler before going on to win the week.
It was indeed. Białowicz must stay with Mitchell in the first
95.
4 legs, in my
Scott, you
opinion.
require 40.
Sounds simple. But when Scott is leaving tops after 12, it was always going to be a
20.
problem. He bent the wire
Sebastian,
twice
you require
there.
141.
No, I wouldn't have been able to go up there and get my bit of paper between that one and the wire. Białowicz not really offering too much resistance at the moment to the Scott Mitchell throw.
97. Scott, you require 20.
So Scott Mitchell take the first leg on the board here in the semi-final.
He's done this already tonight. Opened up the angle and
Game
found the
shot
double
on
10
first
again.
leg, Scott Mitchell.
Playing at his pace. And he genuinely wants
Second leg, it's Sebastian
to be the
to throw
second
first.
commentator to win a week.
Game on.
Others have tried. Others have failed. Only one has won it before. And it's been a long time since that happened.
See, we had this
96.
conversation in the week as well, and Scott was up here and when we had this conversation. I don't class Scott Mitchell as a commentator. And what I mean by that is if you was to ask
60.
yourself, Chris Mason, for example, you'd say, I'm a darts commentator, and maybe I'll occasionally crack the darts out for a bit of fun, but I'm not a dart player. I'm a commentator. Scott Mitchell is well and truly a dart player.
140.
And it's the other way around. He's a dart player that dabbles in commentary rather than a commentator that dabbles in darts.
Yeah, very well said, actually. Because he's still an England international. Well, it's a bit like saying... Harry Maguire is a commentator.
85.
You might hear a few bits from him, but he's still in the team.
And that is Scott Mitchell. He's playing on the seniors tour on a regular basis, playing on those TV events. He's playing on the challenge tour. He's got
95.
ambitions to go and get a tour card again.
I think the two words I've heard him utter are unfinished business. Only played on the European tour once, and he got that appearance when he didn't have a tour card.
100. Sebastian, you require 100.
For the want of a better phrase, he doesn't cut the figure of someone who's trying to slow down in their career.
I feel if he had a tour card again, he had another opportunity
98.
at it. At the expiration of that, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, I think after that he'd be content and he'd go, right, okay, now I'm happy to say I'm a commentator who dabbles in darts.
I absolutely agree with you. 100% on that one.
135.
He is not out of this leg yet.
Sebastian, you require 72.
It's up to the young Paul to put him out of this leg.
Game shot
There was
on
a
the
really
second
good
leg.
change of
Sebastian
body
Bielacki.
position on that shot. I don't know whether he had another little stutter from his holding hand to his
Third
throwing
leg,
hand.
It's Scott to throw first.
But from that second
Game
single
on.
16, he almost lifted his shoulders to have a fresher outlook on tops, and it worked.
We've talked about the stagecraft already of Scott Mitchell
60.
and the pace of the play and how it'll suit Scott Mitchell, and he dictates it up there. But does that also potentially suit Sebastian Bielacki? Is this the sort of pace he would prefer to
30.
play at, rather than a quicker player that is going to make him feel like he's always at the hockey?
I think it's an individual choice. But if somebody offered me Scott Mitchell or someone a lot quicker,
85.
I'd take Scott Mitchell. I get comfort from having time to think and time to process, whereas other players just want to get on with it.
96.
Yeah, that's where that sort of topic is very subjective, because I'd prefer to play one of the quicker players so I can just literally get in that flow and just almost circle and cycle around all the time.
96.
Yeah, good switching from Scott. The early rounds of this one are very, very even.
140.
And because the switching was good in the previous visit, he wants to leave a finish now, and he wants it to be 120.
100.
But in that spot, he has to settle. A defensive player here, depending on which level you're at, 235, you think, well, I want to leave 170 minimum here.
135.
Well, Sebastian's done there is
Scott, you require
mammoth.
160.
bad start, brilliant finish. Now he's in two-dot territory.
But hang on. Scott Mitchell chasing down a biggie. We've seen that 161 from Scott Mitchell so
Sebastian,
far
you
this week, so we know
require
it's in
100.
his locker, in his range, in his repertoire.
Is this in Sebastian's? Was never really there.
60. Scott, you require 60.
And Mitchell is so tall that no matter where this single goes, he will not have to move. Tens again.
40.
He's not a tens machine,
Sebastian, you
which
require
is apparently
40.
something they use on cows, which he knows a fair bit about.
This is a big moment in this game, in this semi-final, because Scott Mitchell thrown first
Shot on
in
the
this
third
leg.
leg.
And
Sebastian
Bielacki, you got to say, unexpectedly, on the evidence of what we've seen, not just today, but yesterday as well, takes the lead
Fourth
here,
leg.
and
It's
is
Sebastian to throw first.
in a good position
Game
now to
on.
make the final.
Some of the biggest darts interviews of the week have come from Ross Smith and Gary Anderson, and they were talking about how did they make the final on the European Tour last week.
132.
Gary didn't even know how he won the tournament. Ross Smith was facing match darts everywhere. What we've got with Sebastian at the minute is someone who was
100.
thinking to himself, how am I in this position? This is guts and determination and just trying to steer within his own little process. It's working at the minute.
140.
And perish the thought. I've just thought about this off the top of my head. Beau Greaves has been doing him favours all week. And he could pay her back potentially by beating her in the final. If he gets there and if she gets there.
What a story that would turn out to be. Sebastian Bielecki, the beneficiary of the Beau Greaves juggernaut.
41.
Someone's got to be. It's usually Beau. And Mitchell here is having to traverse the hockey to try and leave a finish. He's done a wonderful job there.
He needed something big to wrestle back the advantage. But it's still kind of in the hands of Sebastian Bielecki here, because Mitchell got a lot of work to do, and Bielecki is finding his best.
140. Scott, you require 121.
Hasten to say it, that Scott needs to find 51 and bolt. What a chance this is for Bielecki.
57.
But he knows a thing or two about being 3-1 up tonight.
48.
That was when he started to fold against Marvin.
Be interested to see where he goes here. Opts for the 16. We've seen him change his routes at times. 16s is the preferred choice. It hasn't worked out well for him throughout the week, and earlier on in the night we ended up seeing him switch it over to tops. That is a sign that he is restarting to find his confidence again when he's going back to plan A.
The average is nearly 95. This has been a really good performance from Seb. 3 hits on double from 5. Everything has been so supremely timed.
100.
Say what you like about his week, about his career. But what he's got between his ears may just be close to elite.
You know, ultimately, it doesn't matter what happened earlier. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday. The only thing that matters is what's happening right now, and that's what Sebastian Bielecki is doing so well here. Not thinking of the past or the future, living in the moment. I guess there could be an awful lot that could be learnt from Sebastian Bielecki, despite the fact he's only 20 years old.
60.
If you're watching this from home or wherever you're watching on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, think about where you were 20 years ago. What were you doing?
60.
Because it was around about that time that Sebastian was born. 2004.
I've never felt so old. And that flip just happening within one sentence like that ever before.
We all remember what happened with Sebastian in Game 4 tonight when he had that big lead against Marvin van Velten, who is now in the front row
41.
of the audience. He's got the best view in the house, almost. But at that point, Bielecki did start to waver.
95.
It's not necessarily happening again, but he's not playing as strongly as he did in a few previous legs. This is where Mitchell could possibly pick you apart.
42.
Well, it's not something that Sebastian Bielecki is going to have the luxury of. When he took on Marvin van Velzen, it took him 8 match darts to get over the line. And yesterday, in the
60.
only game he won, it took him
Scott, you require
21 missed darts at a double before he managed to find the winning.
But somebody didn't make him pay for that. Bielecki was very intelligent in staying on the 20s with his last shot.
60.
Because it meant he got to look at this instead of something like 133, which would have been a lot harder. The shot is on for the match. The shot is postponed.
47.
And that could be costly.
Scott, you require 98.
This is where the fight back must start. Few beads of sweat on the brow.
Game shot on a
But he's not
fifth leg.
sweating
Scott
mentally.
Mitchell.
So strong. But this is the leg where you
Sixth
sense
leg.
Białecki's got to
Sebastian
get it
throw
done.
First.
Do you really
Game
want to
on.
go toe-to-toe with Mitchell in a last leg shootout in a semi-final based on the circumstances we've talked about?
Absolutely not. He is one of the
57.
rare talents in regards to match play and stagecraft, and he could literally offer a bit of a schooling to Białecki in how to manage the situations, and this is the leg to do it for Białecki. He's got the advantage of throw. That could be wrestled away
80.
very quickly. A very unfortunate dart there for Scott Mitchell, and that could be very crucial to this fixture.
It could be. It was only going to be 20 points. But look at what
140.
Sebastian does in reply. Next game's going to be fascinating. Greaves, the favourite for tonight, up against everybody's best friend from the crowd,
140.
Lipscomb, as Mitchell replies with a 140 of his own.
You can't make many guarantees when it's in live sport, but the one guarantee I can make is it's going to be very noisy down there in that next game.
Well, Sebastian can't leave a finish now.
132.
But he's done the next best thing. That's a really good recovery. After what was a perfect start, a slight blip. And he's got Mitchell on the back foot.
140.
But look who's first to the finish.
140 here could be a killer blow.
Can he get that second treble?
100.
Just
Scott,
a
you
bit of
require
tightness in the arm.
141.
But Sebastian's already hit a 72 checkout in this match, Scott. So be on your guard. Interesting. He went for 51.30.
97. Sebastian, you require 72.
How good is your bullet dodging, Mr. Mitchell? Will we be calling you Boris in a second? Because it's time for the bullets to be dodged.
52.
Consider one dodged.
It's an interesting thing
Scott,
about
you
Thompson.
require 44.
32 again. Opting to switch it around on the match-winning moment. Coming away from his favourite double, but Scott Mitchell
Game shot
picks
on
the
a
double
sixth
18
leg.
and levels
Scott
up the
Mitchell.
match. He was 3-1 down, and he now is installed as favourite to win this one. He has got it back to 3
Seventh
apiece. He's
and
got the
final
advantage
leg.
of throw.
It's Scott to throw first.
Białecki may have just had the only
Game on.
opportunity he's going to get.
Mr. Edgar, that was a very fascinating fist bump there. Because it wasn't a fist bump. That was a fist collision. Somebody was imposing
100.
himself in that little moment there. And I kind of like it.
I feel like he's been imposing himself from 3-1 down. Because at 3-1 down, you'd think he was 3-1 up, the way he's just sort of managed the
100.
situation, managed the stage, dictated the pace. Said at the start of the night, it may be a little bit of a secret weapon, a little bit of the X factor, and that's what we've been looking for tonight, the X factor
140.
to separate you from the pack, because the pack is so evenly matched.
Bravo to both players. They're showing real grit here. True grit.
108.
And this is no Western.
80.
He refuses to go quietly. But has he had his only chance? Will he get more? The young man from Poland.
83.
Mitchell is not first to a finish, potentially. Białecki is holding it together. This is extraordinary. Wow.
140.
He will get a look at 81 to win the last leg shootout in this semi-final. Mitchell hasn't done much wrong.
Well, the 81 might be the only shot he gets, depending on what Scott Mitchell does here. A leg here from Bielecki, 100,
94.
the only maximum of the game, and then a 140 is all level. But Bielecki has kind of stole the darts. He's stole the opportunity to throw first at the finish, and he slipped. He now no longer can take out the finish, which means Scott Mitchell can start his preparation now. He knows he's going to have a shot 52. At 84 to win the match.
Now he's made 2 errors.
84.
He missed tops to win 4-2. He missed the single 12. Mitchell doesn't miss the big number.
59.
But he does miss the ball. Now, Bielecki hit double 3 with his last dart to leave 29. This is a number that is very seldom left. Double 8. One more chance at double 4 for the final.
Game shot.
He does hold it together, and it's not going to be the day of the dog. But Bolt might just have a date with Greaves in the final, the person who has given him a path through to Saturday night and the semi-finals might just be waiting for him. But we know that Bolt is going to be in another final on a Saturday night. He just loves it here in Portsmouth in the final day of the week. It was a very solid display from both players, but minimal mistakes from Mitchell and from Bielecki result in Bielecki making the final by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Sebastian Bielecki has just won a topsy-turvy semi-final against Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 3, winning it with a 29 checkout. We've only seen that a handful of times here at the Super Series. It's actually the checkout which has taken out the least here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. But for Mitchell, he fought back from 3-1 down, but for him, is another semi-final defeat here on the live lounge stage. Well, next up for us, we're going to be watching Beau Greaves in action, the 2-time Women's World Champion, up against the local favourite, Adam Lipscomb. This should be a real intriguing affair. Fasten your seatbelts.
shot.
She's not
And
there
the
yet,
match,
but it's a
Beau
brilliant
Greaves.
start. And the undefeated streak on that stage is now stretched to 9 straight games.
Game shot. And the match, Adam Lipscomb.
Where's the roof gone?
Time now for our second semi-final here from the Modus Super Series. Introducing first, it's bow and arrow, Beau Greaves. And her opponent. Please welcome baby boy Adam Lipscomb.
I think it's fair to say that there's a crowd favourite in this one. Adam Lipscomb in front of his home support up against Beau Greaves, who is yet to lose a game so far this week. It's our second semi-final. It's for the right to face Sebastian Białowski in the final. And watching this one in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Fascinating times ahead. We've only got 2 more matches for this week's action in this format, because we got rather an important day tomorrow as well. However, what we want to do tonight is find out the 9th name into Champions Week. A first semi-final for both players here tonight. Bow and Arrow has never lost on this stage. This is only day number 3 of her Modus Super Series career. Adam Lipscomb has gradually improved every time he's come here, constantly
First leg,
working
it's
harder
Beau to throw
and
first.
harder and harder. He's a better
Game
player
on.
than he's ever been, but he may just need a performance that he's never had on this stage before to go through the 2-time Women's World Champion.
41.
I did take a look over, just to take a look at Beau Greaves when Adam Lipscomb started to walk onto the stage, and
40.
the big roar, the cheer, the support that is here for Adam Lipscomb. And she was stood there with a big smile on her face. And one thing we know from Beau, from the conversations we've had from her on air so far, is she's here to enjoy herself. And she just wants to enjoy darts, and winning will become a byproduct of that.
45.
I think she's going to really enjoy this experience, because pretty much everywhere Beau's been, she's probably been in arenas where everyone just wills her on and supports her all the way through the game. There's probably never been an environment like this before where the majority of the crowd are actually supporting the other player.
But this place is
125.
predominantly housing fans that are very respectful to the sport. And I'm sure they will be right here as well. Pressure is a mindset as well.
134.
Some people in Beau's position will say, what's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is I'm still a 2-time world champion.
Beau, you require 89.
I've still got a string of other titles. However, the competitor inside you doesn't want to lose. That's the second time she's
46.
done that tonight, going for that treble 12. The small 9 hit again, but at least she's got options when she comes back.
74. Beau, you require 43.
Double 16. Can she find a route past that?
27.
Well, if Adam hits
Adam, you
this
require
and takes an early
122.
break, he'll feel 10 feet tall. Oh, what a mistake to make in that spot. Arguably a lack of experience there. You've got to guarantee the shot for the leg right there.
72.
That is a huge error.
Beau, you require 16.
And normally, on the evidence of what we've seen so far,
shot
Beau
on
will
the
step
first
in and
leg,
offer the
Beau
punishment.
Greaves.
We have seen this fixture a couple of times already this week. They did take each other on in the
Second
Group
leg,
B
it's Adam to
campaign.
throw first.
And we already know the result
Game
of that
on.
because Beau Greaves has yet to be beaten. She beat Adam Lipscomb on both occasions.
135.
She's still smiling. And if I may, people not just of Beau's age, but people who are a lot more senior in age,
96.
can learn something from Greaves. Smiling, it is scientifically proven that if you just take a deep breath and smile,
97.
it actually has the effects of an antidepressant.
And it's
140.
ultimately what she's trying to do. She's talked about the issues she's had when she's piled on pressure and she's just seeked the result. She now just enjoys the process.
85.
Trust it, enjoy it, and go with it.
I think the key word there is trust it, because I think a lot of the time people overthink scenarios because just don't trust in what they've got, that technique, that repetition, the practice, believe in the practice, and that's what Beau Greaves is doing. It's coming through so well.
140.
Well, wouldn't this be something? 170 after 9. Is it on? Not this time. It's Adam's turn for a bit of Motown.
45.
In the previous match, we saw this
Adam, you
with
require
8 double
44.
18. This is your classic Motown.
24.
Wrong
So
track.
you require 125.
Does anybody want any Hollywood? Oh, it's too good. Too good for Hollywood.
109.
It did look
Adam,
a very
you require
inviting dart on the
20.
bullseye there. The 25 became the hardest part. Double 5 for Lipscomb.
Game shot on a second
Level
leg.
game.
Adam Lipscomb.
You almost don't need to watch the screen, do you, to know Adam Lipscomb? You can
Third
just close
leg,
your
it's
eyes
Beau
and
to throw
listen.
first. Game on.
Some players have that fan base. Mensa Sulovic has got it in Austria. Martin Schindler's got it in Germany right now.
60.
Fair to say Luke Littler hasn't got it in Liverpool.
95.
Didn't stop him from winning though, did it? Sometimes you have to go into other people's turf to get it done, just like Rocky Balboa did when he went to Moscow on December 25th in the mid-80s.
180.
Beautiful maximum from Greaves, who has not been hitting that many tonight.
15.
She hasn't needed to yet. Is this the point where that particular can of kicking something starts?
Well, any time you start to think maybe she's getting drawn into a battle, she then
85.
raises the levels again. And this was one of the things I was very impressed with, because we do see people come and blow people away in games or in
100.
groups or in scenarios, and they sort of have an unchallenged campaign where they're just head and shoulders above everybody. It's more impressive the fact that Beau Greaves has been put under pressure, the fact that the games have got tight, and then she accelerates again.
136.
You can literally see her going through the gears.
60. Beau,
Well,
you
almost to the
require
end of
40.
leg 3, and Lipscomb is averaging 78. Hasten to say that might not be enough.
30.
However, that is a mistake. Maybe one that she won't be punished for at this point, but
100.
double 5 is
Beau, you
particularly
require
tricky
10.
sometimes. Trying to bounce it in.
Game shot on the third leg. Beau
Didn't
Greaves.
need to in the end. And Greaves is 2 legs away from meeting the one person, apart from
Fourth leg,
herself,
it's Adam to throw
that she has
first.
helped more this week
Game
than
on.
anybody.
140.
I get the feeling Adam's getting a taste for this now. What he'll be feeling right now
60.
is like nothing else he's ever felt.
Well, we said earlier about experience. You can't buy it, you can't just produce it, you can't think it, you can't get
60.
it from anywhere. The only place you get it is by literally going through situations and scenarios like what is happening up there. Regardless of the result, he will come out of this a better player.
100.
The best players will find their best darts in the last 2 matches of the week. Jelle Klaassen did that when he's been here multiple
41.
times. Littler did it. Scott Taylor's done it. Tom Sykes has done that. Steve West has done it plenty of times.
96.
And if I may use a really recent example, Bradley Brooks did it in week 7.
140.
Just when he needed to lift the level, he did. And that's exactly what Lipscomb needs to do right now. No hesitation.
So not
99.
wilting under the lights, is he,
Adam, you
Adam
require
Lipscomb, which is,
120.
again, another big step forward in progression. But he's going to want to progress to the final. He's going to want to go all the
60.
way.
Beau, you require 146.
619s. There's 3. This is one of the biggest shots
Adam, you
that
require
Adam's ever had
60.
in this building. Is he up for it on 10s?
50.
Only a shadow
Beau, you
over double
require
10,
16.
and that's not enough. But that
Shot on
is
the 4 flag, Beau Greaves.
the facial expressions of the big baby army
5th flag,
are
it's Beau
telling.
to throw first.
One of, yes,
Game on.
she's very good. However, Adam did have his chance.
We said earlier when Scott Mitchell was against Sebastian Bielecki that Bielecki won't get the luxury of missing and expect to come
60.
back to the hockey. He had to get the job done. Exactly the same situation there for Lipscomb against Beau. You cannot afford to miss the opportunity because
60.
Beau, I'm going to use that word again, Paul, functionality of closing out legs.
There you can see the setup of Greaves. Those gunmetal coloured
83.
barrels. Those roughed up points. It's a setup that hasn't changed a great deal over the last few years.
140.
Beau's going to feel really comfortable in this position, knowing that the worst case scenario is
81.
that she will have the darts on the last leg. We'll have a bonus crack to win in the next leg, but could get it done in this leg. That sounds
40.
really positive, especially when Adam has just stuttered there.
$100.
I don't often say this, but you could have heard a mouse walk onto the stage right there. The order was so impeccable.
100.
Well, Lipscomb is first to a finish, but you expect Beau to be on a much better one.
$60.
Oh, only slightly.
Adam, you
Still plenty
require
of work to be done there for
161.
Beau Greaves. So Lipscomb, treble 20, leaves the ball.
136.
There may
Beau, you
have been
require
some sort of
170.
earth-shattering event had that bullseye been hit. But the dreams could be shattered of Lipscomb. If Beau hits tops,
Game shot and the match. Beau Greaves.
the streak continues, and she has a chance of being the first person to have an undefeated week. What a story we have got in the final here in week number 9, because Beau Greaves is about to go up against the person who she's helped the most this week inadvertently. It just so happens that Adam Lipscomb wasn't up to the task in beating Greaves at all this week and has lost 3 times to her. But the story of our final in week 9 is going to be the Pole, the 20-year-old, who played Greaves a little bit earlier on tonight. They're going to do battle one more time to see who wins week 9.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final is now set, and it's the two young guns going toe-to-toe as Sebastian Białecki takes on Beau Greaves. What a thrilling night's worth of action we have seen so far at the Live Lounge in Porto. The drama began from Darts 1, where the group stages threw up some real surprises. So in terms of the group stages, we saw Thomas Lovely depart, as we did Marvin van Velzen. Mitchell won Group 1, Greaves won Group 2. But Scott Mitchell lost out in that last leg to side against Sebastian Białecki, for Beau Greaves beat Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to 1 before the break. Watching all of the action in the commentary box and joining us on stage now, it is the asset Paul Nicholson. It's primetime Matthew Edgar. Chaps, let's begin in chronological order. Begin with the first semi-final. Sebastian Białecki against Scott Mitchell. A topsy-turvy encounter which swung one way, then the other. Białecki races into a 3-1 lead, pulled back to 3-3, and then Mitchell misses that dart of the ball. Białecki picks the pieces up.
Say what you like about Sebastian, but that guy has got some real mental fortitude. Yes, he's ridden his luck a little bit over the last couple of days, but his ability to do good things at really hard times, it can't be underestimated. Now, Mitchell had his chance. He wanted to hit that bullseye to make this place erupt. But like you said, leading into semi-final 2, how often do we get a 29 checkout? Very, very rarely. How do you leave it? Via a mistake. He made a mistake, but then he figured it out. This double 4 will go down as one of the best darts he's thrown this year so far, because he's been under so much pressure. But I didn't see that coming. I don't know about Matt, but I saw Mitchell winning that comfortably. It just goes to show what Sebastian's got in the locker up here.
Oh, I agree. I thought the same. I was fully in the camp of Scott Mitchell for that. The big telling factor, as you said, getting the timing right and getting the moments, that 180. We didn't see a maximum for the entire game. Sebastian Białecki on the second visit, when he needs to do something to break the throw of Scott Mitchell, maximum visit, that separated the two, just gave him that opportunity.
What have we learned about Sebastian this evening, and in particular in that match, Paul?
I think with Sebastian, if you were to ask him right now, where would you put your game at? He would say, in his somewhat stunted English, I'm getting there with something. But we've talked about experience about Mitchell tonight. We've talked about experience for Greaves. But don't underestimate just how experienced Białecki is in making finals. This is not the first dance for him. He usually comes up against Andy Bolton in finals because he's been there multiple times. However, his ability to circumvent a week is now becoming almost legendary at the age of 20. He may not have the weekly titles of a Steve West or the grandeur of a Littler or someone else, but his ability cannot be underestimated. He's done so well to get here, albeit with the help of the person he's about to play.
Because the winner of the other semi-final was Beau Greaves, 4-1 against Adam Lipscomb in the end. Lipscomb gave it his all. He missed that 1-6-1. If he got, may have changed the game. And then Beau, as ever, ruthless.
The 1-6-1 was a mighty fine effort, but it felt like that sort of shot needed to go for Adam Lipscomb. He felt like he was at arm's reach. And the only way he was going to get back into this game was with a big finish or with a 180 somewhere along the way. It did feel like a game Beau Greaves controlled, like she did in the Group B campaign when she played Adam Lipscomb, and like pretty much in every game she's played so far. The issue now that Sebastian Białecki's got moving forward against a player like Beau Greaves is she's not making mistakes. There's only one way he's going to win this final, and that's by being brilliant and outperforming Beau, because she's going to give nothing away.
Well, that is our final. That's set in stone. That's going to kick off in around about 5 minutes' time. But before we look ahead to the final, let's look ahead to next week here at the Super Series, because we go from one phenomenal female talent to another. Fallon Sherrock, the first ever player to win a match of the World Championship, the first ever player to hit a televised 9-darter under this roof. She's going to be in action in Group A alongside Ted Evans, who she beat in that World Championship match, with the former world finalist Andy Hamilton in action. Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, Matt's best mate's going to be in action. Richie Howson, the seniors champion of champions. This really does have quality littered all over it, Nico.
Yeah, wherever you look, you've got a weekly champion there in Justin Hood as well. Ross Montgomery had a really good time of it the last time he was here, but he was in one of the most ridiculous standard of groups that we've seen here in recent memory. I know that all of the headlines are going to be about Fallon Sherrock and Ted Evans because of what happened to them previously in a World Championship match. But don't underestimate James Van Bezien. He did make a Saturday the first time he came here. he will feel very comfortable coming into this challenge. And I think you've got to watch out for James next week.
And what about your mate Darius? Played well on the Euro Tour this weekend. How do you think he's going to settle on this environment, the Super Series stage? It's going to be a debut for him.
I knew I was going to get that question. I think everywhere I go, that man haunts me. I'm just glad I'm not here. But yeah, Darius Labanauskas, I think this is going to suit him. I really do. One of the things that Darius Labanauskas is his consistent, steady, very much like what we're seeing from Scott Mitchell and Bielecki. I put him in that sort of category, someone who's going to be around that sort of 90 mark all the time. I expect he'll get through a group, whether that's Group A, B or C. I expect to see him here on this stage next week, and I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up a trophy next week as well. But I may be biased.
Well, the action gets underway from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, we have a final set and a combined age in the final of 40 between Beau Greaves and Sebastian Bielecki. Well, these two have been on collision courses throughout the whole course of the week. Let's begin by talking about Beau, what she's done so well this week, and what Sebastian has to do to keep pace with Beau Greaves in that final.
He's got to find his scoring boots. That 180 that he found in the final leg against Mitchell, he's got to find a few of those. Everything is going to have to be so well timed. He's going to be like a Swiss quartz watch. Otherwise, he's going to be thrown to the floor and smashed. Look at what Beau did yesterday with her final game. Look at what she's done in finals wherever she's gone. She's destroyed people. She doesn't care for reputation. She doesn't care about experience here previously. Look what she's done to other people when she wants something. She's in a rich vein of form, and she doesn't want all of the work from this week to go in vain. But Bielecki, he wants to be one of those people into Champions Week who has won 2 weekly titles. It's happened plenty this series.
And just very quickly, before we get into the final, Beau Greaves could become the first female player to win a week here at the Super Series. What kind of achievement would that be for her and the women's game in general?
It'd be massive. It'd be massive for both. And for Beau Greaves and her story and her development, it's just going to be another page and another chapter into what's going to be a long career, and a career that I think the final chapter of it is we're going to be saying she was the greatest female player of all time for everything we spoke about so far with Beau Greaves and what's coming forward. Sebastian Bielecki's up against it, but we know he's got it in the locker, so it's going to make an intriguing final.
Gents, thank you very much. Enjoy the final in the commentary box, and hopefully you'll enjoy the final as well. It's two young guns going toe-to-toe. It's Beau Greaves, who has taken the Live Lounge by storm over the last 3 days. She could become the first player to go through an entire week undefeated if she can get the better of Sebastian Bielecki. But remember, he was the man who ended the run of Luke Littler here at the Live Lounge. It's game on.
He does hold it together, and it's not going to be the day of the dog.
Game shot and the match, Beau Greaves.
The streak continues, and she has a chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the Modus Super Series Week 9 final. Coming to you live from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Introducing first, from Poland, it's Bolt Sebastian Bielecki. And his opponent. Please welcome to the stage a two-time champion of the world. It's bow and arrow, Beau Greaves.
So history could well be in the making here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Beau Greaves is one game away from becoming the first ever female player to win a week here in the Modus Super Series, and in doing so will become the first player to go through an entire week without defeat. Her opponent though, Sebastian Bielecki, who's looking for a second weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He ended the run of Luke Littler in this competition. Can he do the same to Beau Greaves? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. We could be on the cusp of history here, but it's not just Beau Greaves who's looking for their own slice of history. Mr. Białecki wants to be Mr. Two-time weekly winner, Mr. Two-time Champions Week participant. How he's made it to this final, it's got Matthew Edgar shaking his head like a bobblehead. But maybe it's what's in his head that's got him this far. But don't underestimate just what this young lady has done to get him the opportunity to get this far. The story these two have been writing this week has been fascinating. This is going to be Sebastian's 27th match of the week. This will be Beau's 12th. She is yet to taste defeat.
Thank you very much,
and she
ladies
has already
and gentlemen.
beaten Sebastian
First
3
leg,
times.
it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on!
This is that fixture, Matt, that can really sting. You can win all those games to get to the final, then someone you have drubbed this week could come back to bite you.
55.
Absolutely. When we take a look at the aggregate score between those head-to-heads, it's 3-0 in favour of Beau Greaves, but in terms of legs, she has won 12 of the 16 legs that they have played so far.
100.
But it's all about the next 4 legs. Who can get to 4 first? And Białecki does have a slight advantage. He won the bull in the back room, the only game in the week that has a bull up.
95.
So he does have that slight advantage. He's also got the advantage of experience. He's been in this situation before. But Beau's been in this situation all around the world.
60.
Literally all around the world. As far as Australia, all over Europe. And I'm sure she'll go to other countries as well over the next
97.
decade. Białecki probably spends half of his life in hotels and on flights, going backwards and forwards from Poland.
140.
But that's the life of a dart player. It's what you sign up for. And these are the kind of games that you want to play it. Welcome to 2024, everybody, where you've got two 20-year-olds in a final. One a female, one a male. There's no shock anymore in this sport. This is just how it is.
140.
Whenever the question was ever posed, what's the ideal age of a dart player, I'd always say somewhere between 35 and 40, up to 45. I don't even have an answer for that question anymore.
140. Beau, you require 61.
For the immediate break of throw, Beau needs 18s.
43. Sebastian, you require 55.
These chances must be found. If she misses, you must hit.
$45.
It wasn't close.
Beau, you require 18. Game shot on
And
the
he's
first
punished.
leg. Beau Greaves.
The enormity of what we could witness over the next
Second
10
leg,
to
it's
15
Beau to
minutes,
throw first.
we have only
Game on.
speculated on over the last 2 years. Fallon Sherrick won a week in Southampton at the previous venue,
60.
beating Wayne Warren in the final, a WDF world champion. But in this place, it is Fallon who has done the best
100.
up until now. Greaves has now got the chance to be the first winner in Portsmouth.
For me, this isn't about just the what, it's also about the how. The chance to be the first player to do it unbeaten. Joining that
57.
roll of honour of people who's won 8 from 8 in a Group B, which is not a very big list. To do it setting the highest average ever thrown by a female player
100.
on that stage last night in a game that didn't really affect anything in regards to her. It was just purely her pride that carried her through into that performance.
60.
Pride is a deadly
Beau,
sin,
you require
apparently.
161.
Make of that what you will. Pride is a good thing in darts.
I suppose we could also talk about the 180 ratio as well.
64.
Over 2 180s per match on average in a Group B campaign. 18 maximums with just 8 games played.
Think about all of the names that have tried to have
96.
undefeated weeks
Bo,
here,
you require 97.
and all of them have failed. At the minute, Greaves is not failing. She's not flailing.
87.
She's firing. Good enough.
94. Bo, you require 10. Game shot on
She's
the
halfway
second leg.
there.
Beau Greaves.
Now it's about replication. And a lot of people in the crowd right now think it's a matter of time before history
Third
is
leg.
written.
It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Everyone has stayed because they know that they're watching something special in Beau Greaves, and they might watch something special in terms of Super Series history unfolding. And it's not just
134.
the people in the audience, it's also the people tuning in. Nearly 6,000 people now tuning in to watch Beau Greaves in this final.
100.
You know those people who in previous generations would have taken some form of small knife to a tree and carved their initials into it because they want to leave their mark?
85.
Do you know what Beau Greaves is doing here this week? She's saying it's my tree.
We've asked for weeks, who is going to be the
85.
face of 2024 when it comes to the Super Series? Who is going to be this year's Luke Littler, that person that dominates this venue? We may have our answers.
Just think about that for a
45.
second. Białecki is not out of this final yet. He's still got a chance of getting back into it. But even Littler, who
96.
won 2 consecutive series and was stopped in winning a third by Białecki, even he didn't have a perfect week.
$140.
We've had one maximum in this final so far. Another one would leave tops for Greaves.
$100. Sebastian, you require 97.
Needs it. Does he get it?
Game shot on the third leg. Sebastian
He's got
Białecki.
tough stuff between the ears. That's a great check out in that moment. But he's still
Fourth
a break
leg.
behind.
It's Bo to throw first. Game
He's
on.
going to have to dig so deep. By the time he's finished, he's going to end up in the other side of the world.
60.
This place has gone very, very silent after the
57.
elimination of Adam Lipscomb. Most people have stayed behind to see who's going to be triumphant tonight.
It's very silent
100.
here because everyone's just in awe at the moment, just drawn into this battle. We know what we're potentially watching.
There are certain dates
140.
carved into memories of people here in Portsmouth. September 3rd, 2022. The first night here, won by Kieran Tian.
45.
He also won last week. We may be talking about April 27th, 2024.
95.
We're getting caught up in the story here of Beau Greaves and what we're potentially seeing, but
60.
Sebastian Białecki could put all that to bed. He could stop all of this, all this narrative, all this story, all these possibilities could all be ended if Sebastian Białecki can get 3 more legs, and he's putting a good stead in
80.
here to get a breaker throw that he needs.
Just imagine if he was to win this one. He might have to get a new nickname. We might have to start calling him the
58.
Super Series Legend Crusher.
Sebastian, you require 129.
And he's got time on his hands now as Sebastian Białecki. Wouldn't have needed to have gone for the bullseye should he have found the treble 20.
59.
Well, that was an interesting play. Had he got the 60, he would have left 30. It's always
100.
leg 4 that tells
Sebastian,
you
you require 70.
the most interesting story. Is it going to be a 2-leg gap, or are we tied? Let's find out.
38.
Let's continue
Beau,
to
you
find
require
out.
78.
This is Beau's moment to stretch that lead.
Game shot on a
No
fourth
hesitation.
leg. Beau Greaves.
One more leg, and Beau will have a black felt tip
Fifth leg.
pen in her
Sebastian to
hand
throw
to
first.
sign her way into history
on.
here in Portsmouth.
How many times do we sit here and say that a game can be changed on one dart? How many
45.
times have we been in rooms with players on various tours in different rooms where they pinpoint a moment and say, if I would have hit that one dart that changed everything?
41.
Have we just seen that with that double 16 miss from Sebastian Bielecki?
How many times do we say it?
140.
They've had chances. He had chances earlier on tonight. He had chances against Mitchell. He took them.
100.
He's had darts at double in this match. But isn't that why we love this sport? Because it's so fine margin. One person misses one shot, another one hits one shot.
134.
It's an edge of your seat sport that people can't get enough of, especially at the minute. And if you're just joining the darting family over the last few
57.
months, stick around.
One dart away from being a level game and having the advantage of throw. Instead, he's got to be perfect from here as Sebastian Bielecki.
55.
Can't you leave 132 or 170?
133. Sebastian, you require 127.
127 to save this final. Bullseye.
88.
Of all of the shots
Beau, you
to
require
hit,
170.
to be the first person to be undefeated in a week, it had to be a 170. Just misses out.
140.
I think we both looked at each other at that
Sebastian, you
moment she left the
require
170
39.
thinking that would be a fanfare finish, but Bielecki now, it's that double 16 again.
Game shot on a fifth
This
leg.
time he
Sebastian
finds it,
Bielecki.
creeps it in around the dart. It was an awkward dart as well because the first one did kick out across. He had to sort of bend it around to find the double 16
flag. It's
and
Beau to
keeps
throw
his
first.
hopes alive.
Game
How did he
on.
get that in?
He didn't even move on the ocky position either, so it had to have thrown it differently, like almost a
140.
flick of the wrist.
He may be a magician. We will call him that if he gets out of this. He doesn't have the darts yet in what could be
57.
the last leg of the week in match 104. This is a very strong start. And it will be 19s again, surely, when she comes back. And might even have a second try at a 170 finish.
41.
Well, from this point, Beau Greaves becomes a very strong favourite to the point where she'll feel she's just got to serve it out. She's now got something to lose. And this is where
61.
you start just getting a little bit more edgy. When you're in the heat of the battle and it's to and fro, you just get lost in the game. But this is where the psychology of it all starts to flip.
100.
All Bielecki can do now is hope. But hope is a dangerous thing,
140.
according to Morgan Freeman anyway. It's up to Beau Greaves now to crush that hope.
95. Beau, you require 64.
It's another chance for history.
Game, shot, and the Modus Super Series weeknight champion, Beau Greaves!
It's history for Beau Greaves. Twofold as well. The first female player to win a weekly title at the Modus Super Series, and she becomes the first player to have a perfect week. She still has not tasted defeat on that stage, and that will remain until the last week of May, because she will come back to try and stay undefeated and to possibly win a series without any defeats. She was always in control of that final. Your thoughts, Matthew Edgar?
She's not just been in control of that final, she's been in control of this entire week. It's been a fantastic performance from Beau Greaves. She's broken records, she's joined records, she's set records, and she is a history maker up there on the Super Series stage.
Well, that was something, and you've got to applaud Sebastian Białowski, because he plucked and he did everything he could possibly do to try and get another win in a Saturday night final, but it was just too much. And the one person who helped him out this week to make it to the final and through to different stages, it was Beau Greaves, but ultimately she won, and she's on the stage now with Henry Diggin.
Well, Beau Greaves, many congratulations. You are a history maker once again, a twofold history maker as well. Not just are you the first ever female player to win a week here at the Modus Super Series, you became the first ever player at the Super Series to not be defeated at all in a weekly campaign. Just sum up how you feel right now.
Absolutely great. I think I didn't settle at all tonight. I don't know whether I was thinking too much about winning, or I just didn't have that comfortability as I did in my group games, but just for now, do you know what I mean? What an achievement for myself, and I'm just so relieved. I'm just relieved to be stood here talking to you.
On Thursday night, you said you'd be happy to win a game. You said it was going to be a trial shift. It wasn't a bad trial shift, was it?
No, I think I'll come back and do it full time, but absolutely just loved being here. I love the setup. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely great, and hopefully I'll come back at some point, but yeah, I can't believe it. Do you know what I mean? I think when I said I hope I win a game, obviously as soon as I'd done that I thought, and then I won the first night, you know, didn't lose a game, and then I didn't lose a game the second night, and I think it probably would have done me some good losing a game before I came up here. I didn't even think about the fact that I hadn't lost one, but God, yeah, just so relieved. Like, I just felt so much relief when that double 16 went in, and yeah, so happy.
Last night when you hit that 114 average, what was your phone like? What was the reaction like after? And did you almost have to take away, as good as it was, to kind of focus back on this evening's action?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? It was obviously brilliant. I think I wanted to talk to my dad, but he was asleep in bed, so I spoke to mum for a little bit, and it's just mad. Do you know what I mean? I'm not on a lot of social media stuff, but the message I had was obviously amazing, and I just thank you to everybody who still obviously believes in me and stuff, and it's just nice to know that you have friends out there who do want to see you succeed, and it's just, I just can't believe it. I'm lost for words.
You've achieved so much so young in your career. Where does this compare to the Lakesides, the World Match Plays, the PDC World Championship appearances?
Yeah. Obviously, it's a really different one for myself, because obviously it's the first like mixed one I've sort of won that is a real sort of professional, obviously, competition you play in, and obviously it's great to just be stood here as the first lady to do so. So I don't know. I think it'll probably hit me when I go back to bed and I'm just wake up in the morning and think, bloody hell, do you know what I mean? And when I'm watching it again on YouTube, but do you know what I mean? Obviously, winning this week, I can't wait to come back for Champions Week and just see how I do there. But I can't fault it. I've absolutely loved it, and it's been a great experience, and an experience I'll learn from as well. So, best of both worlds.
As you say, Champions Week coming up next. So you've picked up this title. You want to swap it, possibly, I suppose, now for the big one in a few weeks' time.
Well, maybe. Do you know what I mean? You never know what can happen, do you? So I'm just so grateful to obviously eventually hold that trophy up. But I'll definitely keep the practice up, keep working towards, have that enjoyment and confidence going in Champions Week. Because obviously it's going to be a lot harder. But yeah, what an experience! Just what a time to be alive, really, isn't it?
And the fanfare you've created this week is incredible. During that final, on the YouTube channel, we had just under 7,000 people watching that final. People have been following your progress throughout the course of the week. How does that make you feel that so many people want to see you in action, see you in the limelight?
Yeah, it's absolutely great. Do you know what I mean? I think as well as darts is such a complicated game, but the fans also make up for 50% of that game is obviously people who watch it. So yeah, just thank you to everybody who supported me and stuff, and it's been absolutely great. Do you know what I mean? Without them sort of people, you don't have the encouragement to keep going, and yeah, I'm overwhelmed. Do you know what I mean? I can't wait to just speak to my dad and my mum, obviously my sister Bobby, but I'm just so relieved. I actually feel relaxed tonight for once.
Well, you've been getting used to lifting trophies over the last couple of years. I'm going to let you lift it up. I'm going to take that microphone away from you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever female player to win a week on the Modus Super Series, Bow and Arrow, Beau Greaves. The history maker once again, Beau Greaves, once again a winner on the stage. Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar have been watching all of the action in the commentary box as Beau Greaves takes the acclaim of a packed crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Gents, let's have a chat about what we've seen then this evening, because Beau Greaves once again has made history. We said, when are we going to see a female player win a Super Series weekly title? Beau Greaves hasn't just done it, she has decimated the fields.
I'm not really sure that what is the bigger story, whether being the first female player to win here in a week, or whether she is the first player of anybody who's ever graced this place to have succeeded and won every game they've played in a week. I'm not sure what Matt feels, but I think maybe the second story is even bigger, because when we put Beau Greaves into different environments to play against different opponents, it doesn't matter whether they're male or female. She just wants to beat them all. And she's going to have a great chance in Champions Week of making even more history.
We'll talk about the history for Beau in terms of the women's side of the game and that perspective in a second, but let's talk about this week in isolation. Have we ever seen anybody, and I include the likes of Little, I include the likes of Bolton and those who have won championships here, have we seen a week as dominant as that from Beau Greaves?
No one's ever done this. Everyone who's come here has always tasted defeat at some point. I don't want to keep bringing him up, but I'm going to. Luke Littler's been here on many occasions, and even he's tasted defeat throughout the campaign. Beau Greaves literally never lost a game. She's set record averages, 180 stats through the roof. There's not one stat that I can stand here and not be impressed with. That was an absolute dominant performance from Beau Greaves, and I'm completely with Paul Nicholson when he says, I almost don't want this narrative to be about the first female player to win, because this isn't a female player, this is a dart player, and I almost feel we need to go down the road that this is history-making in terms of any dart player, regardless of gender.
In terms of that final, Sebastian Bielewski posed a lot of questions of Beau, and in fairness to Seb, we had asked one or two questions going into this evening, and in the final he played some good stuff, just came on the wrong end of an unbeatable player.
He had his chances, didn't he? And he wasn't able to find them at those key moments. His timing was there during the semi-finals against Mitchell, but unfortunately in the final, those key shots, they just weren't there. And that's why he's not a two-time champion now, and he's going to have to wait for his next chance of a Champions Week.
Just the vibe and the hubbub around this building, Matt. We've been here on Champions Nights, on big nights here, but in terms of atmospheres, the vibe, the lift, this is very, very special. You don't often have a room that's just fixated like it is now, knowing what they have seen tonight.
You've said it there, the word special. You had a special talent, and a special talent brings that with them, and that's what Beau Greaves has done. People came here tonight to see whoever they came. Some people came for Adam Lipscomb, the local boy, but when they're here and they're watching this in Beau Greaves, they know they're seeing something special. They know they're seeing history. They know they're seeing someone who is a generational talent, and they've all stuck around regardless of the reason they came in here, and they're all now out there congratulating Beau Greaves.
What's really interesting is that, you know, Matt and I have somewhat joked about how we're getting a little bit older now, but Matt was around when Trina Gulliver was starting to do things in the ladies' game. I've seen Trina play at her best. I still marvel at what she has done for the ladies' game and for darts as a whole, with the other ladies like Maureen Flowers, Mandy Solomons, and all of the ladies who are still playing now. But it's great to see these generational talents coming through every 5-10 years. We've had the privilege of seeing Taylor, Van Gerwen, Bristow, Littler, Greaves, Sherrick, so many names, but look at how many of the names in this generation are coming through this building now, year on year.
And I want to talk about the further effect that this could have on the Super Series. Around about this time last year, we saw someone like Luke Littler come in, take this competition by storm. And Beau Greaves, when you look at the numbers in terms of viewing interest on YouTube, in terms of the social media interaction, the packed crowd that are here tonight, a lot came here to watch Beau Greaves play. This is a very special player who we've known that over the last couple of years, but she's almost confirmed everything that we knew about her, and maybe a little bit more.
Everything we thought about her. We can make predictions, we can think something's going to happen, and that's what we've done with Beau Greaves for many years. She's going to go and do this. That conversation changes now. It goes from she's going to go and do it to she now is. And when we look at this venue, we've always had someone who's been a dominant force every year, someone who's been the face of the Super Series. Luke Littler was it last year, he's now moved on to the PDC. That's what this product does. We sort of push people onto the professional game. And when we look at Beau Greaves, I think she is now going to be the face of 2024. When we look back, we're going to look at Beau Greaves at the Super Series.
And what is this going to do for the Modus Super Series, in your eyes, in your opinion, Paul?
It's a good question, actually. I don't think we'll know that until tomorrow morning or Monday morning, based on social media activity, the press. They're all going to have their own narratives. But like I've said already, I think the main narrative here is that somebody has not lost this week. And everybody who is through to Champions Week is going to be looking over their shoulder saying, oh, don't put her in my group. Please don't, because they're going to find it tough.
So I'm going to ask you the question, Matt. Champions Week, can she go and win it now?
Absolutely. She's never lost on this stage, so how can you back against her? I've said all week, whenever that Champions Week conversations come up, I said, I don't know who's going to stop Dirty Harry. Who's going to beat Andreas Harrison? He was the man to beat for me until tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a look at the list of players then now, because we've got the likes of Harrison, the likes of Duff, who've won multiple weeks. You've then got the likes of Bradley Roos, emerging young talents. Now, Matt said Harrison was his favourite before tonight. I think you had a similar opinion. Has Beau Greaves changed that in your mind?
I don't want to have any sort of recency bias now because of what we've seen the last 3 days. Greaves is definitely up there. I'm not going to discount Harrison because his form is at its peak based on what we've seen from Harrison over the last 5 years. Don't discount someone like Rhys Robinson. Just because he won week 1, don't discount his flair and his ability as well. There are so many different stories, and that's what makes this process so exciting, because there are so many different possibilities. Bradley Roos played so well in the early stages of this campaign, and we've still got 3 more weeks to go. Week 10 starts on Monday. We could get something else from that. We could get week 11, week 12, who knows? But now we've got Greaves in there. Champions Week's going to be a belter.
This is up there with one of the best nights we've ever had, Matt, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it already. And we've not even completed the lineup. Who knows what we're going to get? Look at the lineup we've got next week. We're going to get another big hitter in there, and all those groups are going to be really competitive. We're going to lose someone in the group stage who you'd maybe think is a favourite to go on and win it.
There is something else as well, and I'm not trying to grasp everybody's attention by the throat here, but what will that do for Fallon Sherrick's motivation for next week? She's got a great record here. She still hasn't won a week, but make no mistake, that will motivate her.
Well, it's been a great night, chaps. Thank you so much for being here and spending it in your company. Matt, you're going to be back tomorrow for the Influencer event, which is going to kickstart from 3 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. We then return Monday morning for 9:30 a.m. for the beginning of week 10. But as far as tonight is concerned, history has been made as Beau's Golden Arrows has fired her to the title.